Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx, webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may do so on YouTube. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting via their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone. Committee members will be participating by video. Registered participants will connect by audio only. Participants will automatically be muted on entry. When an item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted, which have been submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, 1990, as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that pertain to property, permission to extend or to alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consents to sever property in order to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and an email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email only. You may not agree with the decision of the committee. Decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. I will call each item in the order that it is listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if requested by the committee. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. And I will comment to you when you are approaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters that are outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and, may be asked to make a presentation to the committee. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then, individuals, either in support of or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all the speakers have finished, the applicant or agent will have an opportunity to rebut, but only to those issues that were raised by the speakers. And that will mark the end of discussion on the application. It will then be taken into committee for a decision. Are there any declarations of interest by panel or by staff with respect to the applications in this slot? Hearing none. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral?
Not at this time slot.
Thank you. And have you received any files to be closed?
No, there are none.
Thank you. We proceed then to our afternoon agenda, which begins with item number 21, 198 McCall Street. And on this application, the committee has before it the materials submitted by the applicant, which consist of plan of survey, site plans, floor plans, and elevations. There's also a staff report from Community Planning and another one from Urban Forestry. So, moderator, we'll ask the agent to join us.
Good afternoon, is committee adjustment members, board, and chairman. My name is Doing, the agent for 198 McCall Street, and our proposal is the rear attention for the sunroom and the mudroom.
Okay,
And
thank you.
that's-
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna. Okay, I've got some echo here. We'll see if staff can handle that. I'm going to check with colleagues. Colleagues, do we have any questions on number 21, request for presentation? Hearing none. Agent, is there any single thing we should know about your application?
Yes, I would like to explain a little bit my application. This extension is like existing condition when the owner purchased this property. So by the time is the water damage. So we just repaired it and somehow we apply for the building permit and we find out this one is like out of the building permit approved before. So that's how I apply for the building permit, and that's create a zoning variant is like for the building depth of the building. So that's how I bring it up to committee adjustment, and I hope it's like committee adjustment member board can approve my case because this one is existing condition.
Let me ask you a question now. You say that your client purchased the property and then had to do some repairs and then trying to I'm confused here. And then they applied for a permit after. Can you explain again what happened, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, Chairman. So when the owner purchased this property, this extension is already there. This existing condition, by the time is like many years using, is that we got the water damage, this extension. So we apply for the building permit to repair it. and added is like a 3-feet deck to get down that extension. You can see it's on the last page for the 3D model. So I
see.
present that is like existing area and the new deck. And because based on the existing survey, that is like area without approved from the previous building permit. So right now, that's somehow based on the new zoning, we got a variance for the building depth.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to see if panel members have any questions for you. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, please. You are muted,
I
Mr.
understand
Nipfel.
that. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we do.
My question is more for Sylvia. I understand that this is a constructed situation, and therefore should the purpose of the application read to legalize and maintain? I don't really have any difficulty with the application, but it sounds as though it's an as-built condition and has been for some time.
I believe when you say to legalize and maintain, there's an order to comply on the property, and offhand, I don't believe there is, but I can double check.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know that it matters that much, but it somewhere in here we need to indicate that it's an existing condition, I believe, or it would be helpful. That was my only comment, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, makes sense. Ms. Chan, Ms. Chan, did you have a question?
At the same, only, it's exactly the same question, whether it's to legalize or maintain.
Okay, thank you. So that's interesting about the order to comply. That's when we would have used that language.
Yes, you could also use to permit, to recognize an existing condition.
Okay, just adding that on to the end.
No, it would be something along the lines of, to permit the rear one-story addition to the two-story townhouse dwelling or something like that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
can I suggest something? Because the planning report, the community planning has actually a condition is to tie to the site plan and also elevations. We have to put that condition on too. So the addition will be described from all these drawings.
Quite so.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. We should include that that recommendation as a condition. Okay, then. We've had some suggested wording. If someone wanted to move a motion to approve, anyone want to go ahead with the motion? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, unless my colleagues have concerns, I think this is a very straightforward application, and I can understand how the applicant got to the point she's in currently, and she had a water leak and she tried to repair it, and thank goodness she got it before it deteriorated the property too much. I personally think that the variance request is reasonable, and I'd like to bring forward a motion of approval subject to the planning department conditions included in their report, and forestry number 2, and the rewording that Sylvia was suggesting to the purpose of the application.
Very good. Okay. Is there a second to that? It is seconded, Mr. Byatt.
I just wanted to add that the planning department's report is actually a recommendation that we want to turn into a condition. Would that be appropriate? Because it basically said they're recommending. It's not a condition. But
I took it to, my mistake. I took it to be a condition. So yes, I would say the recommendation from planning as a condition then.
As a condition, yes. And I would second that.
I think, Mr. Byatt, that once we decide to include it in our motion, that it becomes a condition.
Okay.
That'll be my view on it. Okay, there's a motion. Does that motion, are you seconding that motion, Mr. Byatt?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Moved and seconded then to so approve the application. Those in favor, please, show of hands. Okay, that vote is unanimous. And the motion is carried. The application is approved. Thank you. Number 22 is 22 Fairford Avenue. And on 22 Fairford, committee has before it material submitted by the applicant, cover letter from the agent, shadow study from the agent. We have commenting report from community planning, and we have support in the form of one correspondence piece from 62 Beverly and 2 form letters in support from 20 and 24 Fairford, which would be the properties on either side of the subject property. So let's have the agent join us, please, moderator.
Hi, committee members. My name is Paige Reisha from Bloom Inc. at 222 The Esplanade, Toronto, Ontario.
Good afternoon to you. Just stand by for one moment, please, Paige. Do we also have someone wishing to speak in support?
Yes, and they are on standby.
They're on standby. Okay, then. Let's go to that person on standby first. We'll ask Paige to stand by. We'll go to the person who's standing by in support just to hear what their comment is.
Sita, you have been unmuted.
Thank you very much. I will be brief because I know you have a very long day still ahead of you, and I'm glad that you were able to get some lunch. My comments are simply this. I'm here to support the application, which is for my mom's home. As I indicated in my letter, she's in her 90s, and the changes the modifications we're asking for will permit her to continue to live at home comfortably and safely. And that's really all I'm here to say, is to ask for your support.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll go back now to the agent. And panel members, is there any request for presentation or questions for the agent? Mr. Nipfel, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a very quick question for the agent. There's a second-story balcony, and normally we would require some form of screening for privacy. But I noticed that you've got support from both neighbors in our agenda, both to the north and to the south. And I'm wondering if you have discussed this balcony with them and what you think of screening. I'm not convinced it's necessary, particularly as the adjacent neighbors are in support, but I'm wondering if you've had conversations that would clarify that issue.
Yes, they are aware of the second floor balcony. We have let them know about it. They never objected to having privacy screens, but we didn't have that planned initially. So as far as I know, they're okay with not having the privacy screens.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? I don't hear any, so we can, I think, take the application into committee for a motion, unless there's a further comment. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, this is the kind of application that I hope we see more of. Some adjustments to a property to allow someone to stay in it for a longer period of life. I think that's very positive and constructive. And as I say, I hope we see more of these kinds of applications. I think the requests are reasonable. I don't see that the changes that are being proposed are creating any difficulties for either the community or the adjacent neighbors. I would like to move approval of the application subject to the conditions set forth in the planning department report. And that's it. Normally I would suggest we put screening on the second floor balcony. The balcony is very small. The adjacent neighbors have had an opportunity to review the plans and haven't raised that as a concern. So in this case, I would be inclined to leave the screening up to an ongoing negotiation between the neighbors.
Thank you. Mr. Byatt, are you seconding? Yes. So it is moved and seconded to approve. subject to planning. Those in favor, please, show of hands. Those opposed?
Chair, I'm going to, I had some technical difficulties and I missed the discussion on the last item, so I'm going to abstain.
Mr. Clay is abstaining because he missed a chunk of the submission. Okay, fair enough.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to mark Mr. Member Clay as absent. Is like he went out of the room.
Fine.
And I'll put a notation to that effect in the minutes.
Very good. So it is carried, and the motion is carried and the application is approved. Thank you. Number 23. 115 Malvern Ave. Before the committee. Submitted materials by the applicant. Revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations. There is a 2020 Committee of Adjustment decision which affected the property. And there is a copy of a refund request. We have a commenting report from Transportation Services dated 1 June. Okay. Let's have the, well, first of all, I'll ask you, moderator, there's one speaker here registered, but no indication of opposition, support, or concern. Do we know?
Through you, Mr. Chair. That person was registered previously, but I do not see them registered here. I'm trying to contact them shortly. Perhaps we will hear from them after the agent.
Thank you very much. Let's have the agent join us then now.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Committee. This is Kyle Kadra from KBK Architects, and I'm here to ask for a deferral for this application. I can explain once you give me that chance.
Okay. Go ahead and tell us your reasons for requesting deferral, please.
So based on the comments received from Transportation Services, we found that, and after discussing this with them as well, we found that if we are to keep the driveway, it will trigger additional variances. 1 or 2 variances would be added to the application. So we would like to be given the time to go back to the zoning examiner to have those variances added and come back again to you, Mr. Chair. In terms of the refund, we have received the note. We understand that it was not supported, and we're okay with that.
Okay, so you're not looking for a refund, you're looking for a deferral in order to add some variances which it has come to your attention need to be part of the application.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay, then I'll go then to the panel. Panel members, there you have it. Any questions of the applicant? Ms. Chan, go ahead.
No, I don't have any question. I think it's a very good explanation and good reason for the deferral, and then I move for deferral.
Thank you very much. Okay, it is moved to defer. There's a second by Mr. Nipfel. Moved and seconded to defer to allow additional variances that need to be added.
Are you, sorry, Mr. Chair, I believe there's someone on the line.
Do we have that person on the line now?
Yes, that person is currently connected.
Okay. Let's backtrack a little bit then. Good that you were able to connect with that person. And let's backtrack and bring that speaker online. Would join us please by stating your name.
Jose, you have been unmuted.
State
Can you
your
hear
name.
me?
Hello.
Yeah, I would like to know, hello?
State your name, please.
Jose Abraham.
Your full name, please. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would like to know what's involved in this,
the next door neighbor. I would like to know what's because it's a semi-detached house.
Okay, Jose, have you had any consultation at all with the applicant about this? Any discussion?
No, I don't live there. I don't live there because it's a rented property.
Okay. Okay then, Jose, well, here's the situation right now. The application, there's been a request by the applicant to defer it because it's been discovered that some additional minor variances need to be added. So what will happen here, Jose, is that it'll go through the process again and come back up on our agenda probably in September, something like that. So you'll get another notice at that time and you can rejoin us then. But for today, the application is not going forward. That's almost for sure.
All right. Okay. Then
Thank
I'll
you.
wait for September. Then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go back now. We do have a motion before us on the table, which has been seconded. Or maybe, do we have a motion? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, you do have a motion, but I'm wondering if we could amend that to also add to consult with the attached neighbor. It sounds as though he's not clear on what the application is, so perhaps when it's reconfigured, the applicant could consult with the attached neighbor.
I think that's a good idea, that'd be fine. We can add that, we can amend the motion to read that. It'd be the attached, he said he was the owner. Well, he said he didn't live there. I think he was the owner.
Yes.
So we should, consultation with the owner next door.
Mr. Chair, if the committee is able to share the contacts, we'd be more than glad to communicate with them because we don't have the contact information.
Well, you could contact him via 117 Malvern Avenue.
We'll send a mail there. Thanks.
Okay. So, my memory tells me that there was a motion that was seconded. It's now been amended. So, do we have a second for the amended motion? Ms. Chan is seconding?
No, I moved the motion. We still need a second. Yeah.
Oh, I think CAUL seconded the motion.
I did.
Okay. And he has since amended the wording slightly. So the motion is amended, and that's what we'll be voting on. The amended motion, which involves requiring consultation, as well as providing an opportunity for the variances that are missing to be added. Moved and seconded, pardon me, to approve. Those in favor, show of hands, please. That vote is unanimous, and the motion, amended motion, is approved.
Mr. Chairman, if, excuse me, if the staff has the contact information for the owner, I gather they do. I'm wondering if they could share it with the applicant. He's indicated a willingness to consult, but he needs contact information. If the staff has that, perhaps they could just refer it to him.
Yes, I didn't want to give that in public, but that's a good idea. Okay, we move on to number 24. Number 24 is 310 Lee Avenue. On this application before us, there are submitted materials, 12 photographs of trees on the property. There's supporting material from the agent applicant or applicant's solicitor, received May 31st. There are a variety of previous Committee of Adjustment decisions, something in the order of 15 or 16. There's a commenting report from Community Planning, 31 May, and another from Community Planning on the 6th of June. Correspondence received in support 2 form letters, 299 and 312 Lee Avenue. So moderator, let's have the
Good afternoon.
yes.
Hi, my name is Thomas Marzato. I'm the architect and agent for the project.
Good afternoon. Okay, and moderator, we have the owner standing by, but we also have someone in interest registered. Is that person standing by?
Yes, they are both on standby and registered.
Okay. In that case, let's go
Chair-
ahead with.
Chair, before you
Excuse me.
proceed, can I just ask for a clarification? You mentioned that there's a whole series of previous decisions on this application. I'm struggling to find them. Oh, maybe you could point.
I'm sorry, is this Mr. Marzato?
Yes,
Well,
Oh, no, sorry, Chair, it's me, it's Larry.
oh, pardon me. Okay.
I don't have them either.
Chair, I was just asking, you mentioned a whole series of previous
Yes.
committee decisions on this one. I can't seem to find them in my material.
Just hang on for a moment then, Mr. Clay. Yeah, there's, on my materials list, there's reference to about, as I say, 15 previous, but they were part of the submission, I understand, of the applicant. Let's ask the applicant. We have the applicant right here. Did you submit?
yes, the planner asked us to supply a list of addresses with similar variances. So we found about 15 or so project variances in the neighborhood. It's nothing to do with 310. These are other homes nearby that have similar FSI.
I understand, but did you submit the entire Committee of Adjustment decision on those?
Yes,
Okay.
as a zip folder.
Okay, well, we don't have that. I do see there's correspondence in reference to similar FSI
Right.
in the area, but I don't have any complete applications. I don't know if my
Okay.
colleagues have any. Does
I don't-
anyone else have?
I don't have them either.
No, I don't believe it prevents us from proceeding.
No, I just wanted to clarify. I thought maybe I was missing something.
I think we're all missing those, but I don't believe it prevents us from proceeding. Any
Thank
thoughts
you.
on that? Yeah.
No,
Okay.
I'm fine. I'm fine with proceeding, but I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing something I should have seen.
Very good.
Basically, it's supporting material that we sent.
Yeah, okay, understood. All right. There's where we are then, and so I'm now going to ask the agent. Agent, you have 5 minutes to present the thrust of your application to the panel. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I'd like to say, yes, there were 2 letters of support and the owners contacted the immediate neighbors and we have really no comment. The project consists of a 3rd-story addition at the rear. The footprint of the addition is the same as the kitchen addition that exists below it, so we're not expanding the perimeter of the house. The addition is approximately 12 feet by 20 feet. And basically we're sort of rearranging that floor to increase the size of the bedrooms. One thing I'd like to point out is the floor space index is 1.06. Now, it's 1.06. Part of the reason it's that figure over 1 is that the basement is considered as the first floor. This is due to the sloping site. What's happening is the basement level is actually considered the first floor because it is the closest floor to the established grade. We find that the addition is reasonable and basically we're not really affecting any of the neighbors. We're not changing the setbacks rear or side. And also we try to maintain the height as low as possible by keeping a flat roof. And that's the gist of it.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions, panel? Let's go ahead then to the registered speaker who's standing by and ask them to join, or ask that that person to join us, please, by stating your name.
This is Janet Tienison.
Very good. This is your opportunity to address your concerns to the, or your interest to the panel. Go ahead, please.
So we are the owners of 310 Lee Avenue, and we have 3 children, and we are just wanting to add an extra bedroom upstairs so that the children can each have their own bedroom. They're getting into teenage years, and they just need a little bit more space. We have spoken to all our neighbors, and anyone interested who's seen the sign in our window.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Oh, you are Janet, correct?
I'm Janet.
I'm sorry, Janet. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. I actually thought you were the person who was registered to speak in interest, but you do have your agent speaking for you, so but you can make a brief comment if you don't go too long.
No, that's my comment.
Thank you very much. Okay. You need a little more room to accommodate your children in bedrooms. Very good. Let's go along now to the speaker standing by in interest.
Danielle Bouchard, you are unmuted.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Daniel Bouchard, you are unmuted. Through you, Mr. Chair, it doesn't seem like we are able to communicate with Mr. Daniel Bouchard.
Okay. Do you think is there any point in trying him again, or does it look like he's standing by, but in fact he's not there?
He is registered and he is able to speak with a microphone. I do see that he is unmuting and unmuting himself, so he should be able to speak with us.
Okay, well, let's see if we can. We'll give this just a second longer to see if we can raise him. Hello? I think I heard him just then. Hello? Okay, well, at this point, I think we go along. Sadly, we cannot connect with Daniel Bouchard. That actually changes things somewhat, and now there is actually no speaker in interest or opposition. So, panel, would you like a presentation, or do you have questions you want to put directly to the agent? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, please.
I just have a question of clarification. The drawings that, at least the ones that I've received, are very difficult to read. And I just wanted to clarify, if we could put the north elevation up, am I correct that the entire application is that small addition on the 3rd floor at the back? So it's this north elevation?
Side elevation is good for this, I think.
There. Is the entire application just that little addition to the 3rd floor? The rest of it's all existing, correct?
That question for you, Mr. Marzotto.
What I understand, the addition is noted on the drawing, north elevation. You can see on the top right, it says addition.
Yeah, everything else is existing though, is that
Everything
correct?
else is existing, yeah, you can see.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know, because
Oh,
I'm
okay,
having difficulty with the drawings in my agenda, so that's fine, thank you.
okay.
Okay. I don't see any further questions. Let us take the application into committee for a motion. Mr. Clay?
Yeah, sure, Chair. I'll take this one. It's a very straightforward application. It's a modest addition. You know, it reads as being third floor, but I take the agent's point that this is actually really a second floor addition. And I think it's quite modest and will fit in quite well with the neighborhood, and I don't think it will negatively impact anyone. And I would move approval with no conditions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Chan, are you seconding? Yes, it is seconded. Moved and seconded. 2. Approve. Those in favor, please show hands. That vote is unanimous. The motion is carried. Application is approved. Number 25 is 618 Davenport Road.
Good afternoon, committee.
Just one moment, please. Good afternoon to you. Just stand by for a moment, please. Just while I read into the record the materials that we're dealing with here. We have those submitted by the applicant. There are 2 photographs of the property. We have a report from Urban Forestry. We have correspondence in support, 620 Davenport, and correspondence in concern from 616 Davenport from Julia Needham and Trevor Schneider. In fact, there are two letters, one from March and one from June. Okay. And I am just checking, we do have someone standing by to speak in opposition registered?
Yes, we do, and we also have a late registration, which is the owner of the subject property, if we need to communicate with them.
If we need to, yeah, okay. Okay then. So I think you spoke a moment ago. Please join us, agent, and state your name.
Good afternoon, committee. Jonathan Minskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Very good. Good afternoon to you. You have 5 minutes to present your proposal to the committee. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so a brief history of how we arrived here today. This is done under essentially not yet an issued order to comply, but this was done through a complaint about the construction of this deck. Now, the interesting thing about this construction of this deck does not require a building permit. So when the construction took place, the owner, due to the lack of a requirement of a building permit, did not believe he needed to go to the city for anything. As it turns out, the requirement for a building permit does not negate zoning bylaw, which he has since found out, and which is why we are here today. So this is an at-grade rear deck. This is not an elevated rear deck that would cause any type of privacy, overlook, or anything like that. It is essentially being built up one riser from the grade at the rear. This is a property that has an extreme slope at the rear, which is basically inaccessible, and which is why RNFP is a commenting agent on this. So this is essentially an at-grade, uncovered wood deck. That's fairly a straightforward proposal, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions at this time, panel? There are some. Okay, Ms. Chan, then Mr. Clay.
Yes, just a quick one. Do you have on both sides? Do you have some privacy fence?
There's a fence that is on both sides, correct?
Oh, okay, thank you. Yes.
Mr. Clay.
If this is that great, so before it was built, would there have been like a patio, or would they have used that backyard for sitting out?
Correct. If you go to the photos, I can't remember which ones I sent in terms of, yes, what you would see, yeah, it would have been patio stones. You can't see it there, but it just would have been patio stones, correct. So it's essentially, it's just built up on 2x8 sleepers below on those patio stones. That's it.
Right, so there wouldn't be any activity going forward that there wasn't already happening in the past.
Through you, Chair, absolutely correct, Mr. Clay.
Thank you.
Okay. So, that, Mr. Minkowski, that wraps up your presentation. Let's go then to the registered speakers standing by in opposition. Have them join us now, please. Good afternoon.
Hi there. This is Julia Needham from 616 Davenport Road.
Good afternoon. This is your opportunity to address your concern to the panel.
Great. Really, I think everything is covered in the letter of objection that my husband and I wrote together. I don't think that was what you had on the screen a moment ago. But essentially, we did know that the neighbors wanted to build a deck and replace the fence, but we did not know what the design or construction was going to look like. We didn't know that they planned to do something that would take up the entire space. And so the deck and fence encroach on our lot. And so that is the main issue. It's actually not that letter, this is an email, but there was a letter PDF that my husband and I wrote.
There's a June letter. This is the March correspondence. There's also June correspondence.
Yes, June would be the date. It was after the letter went out to the neighborhood.
But you do deal here with, you say, I'm concerned about the deck and fence that has been built as it encroaches on my property. Well,
this is the letter I was referring to. It's just a little more finessed by my husband. I tend to get emotional about it.
Okay.
So essentially, I tried not to let it bug me, but we did contact a lawyer that said that this would be an issue if we were to sell the home. We're not planning to, but it bothers me that it could be an issue for my kids one day if they would have to resolve the encroachment issue. And with the deck where it is, that would make it very difficult to correct one day.
So have you had discussions with the owner next door about this, your concern?
Yes. So at the time when the construction began, I went outside and I tried to talk to the construction workers and the owner. I was intimidated. I did try to show the survey because we'd already gotten a survey for our own renovation that we were still waiting for the permits for at this time. But there was an argument and I just kind of gave up and went inside. I was alone that day here.
Okay, so this photograph here, I guess we're looking straight down the separation distance between the two houses, and it's clear that the what looks like a fence post is slightly to the right. Is that what you're concerned about? Is that the encroachment?
Yes, it is slight, but it's about 5 to 7 inches. The original fence was kind of zigzagged because it was so old. And so some of the posts there are in the similar location as the original, but some are not because they kind of, it's now a straight fence.
Okay, panel members, any questions for this speaker? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. And just a question with regard to am I correct in assuming that it's not necessarily the deck that's encroaching, but the fence? Because my assumption.
Well, it would be about 3 inches of the deck in addition to the fence, so because the fence post is about 3 inches, and so 4 inches of deck.
So the fence, the placement of the fence is incorrect from your perspective, and then the deck comes after. Would that be correct?
Yes, the deck is attached to the fence. So if we were to replace the fence one day, it would be very difficult to if the city kind of approved it.
When the fence went up originally, that would have been prior to the deck.
It was at the same time, same event.
Okay, get it. Thank you.
I cannot hear you. What did you say? I didn't hear what you said. Yeah.
Oh, the deck and fence were constructed at the same time.
Thank you.
Okay.
So am I correct? I need to clarify that I've got it right now. So if you could leave that photograph on, the lady that is speaking now, Julia, you're stating that the fence and the portion of the deck that's attached to the fence, that they're all actually on your property, not on the applicant's property. And your concern is, well, your concern is obviously that you've lost a piece of property and that the fence and a portion of the deck is on your land.
Yes, and that will create an issue if we were to sell one day.
Okay, thank you.
Julia, let me ask you this. So you have had discussions with the neighbor. Does the neighbor concede that the situation is as you describe it, that the fence and the deck both go over the lot line, or does the neighbor deny that?
I don't think we've spoken to that specifically. I think I heard that the owners are on the line as well, so you could ask him.
Well, no, I want to know I want to know where this stands in terms of your discussions with the neighbor owner, and you haven't discussed that particular.
Well, at the time, he did tell me that he was a lawyer that works in property law, and that I don't need to worry because of an act and when that all became. I'm forgetting all the words right now.
Okay.
So yeah.
Let's go back then. If there are no further questions for you, any more questions, panel? Let's go back to the agent, and the agent will have a chance to rebut and comment on what you've said.
Mr. Chair, basically my comment to that would be is the request before you today is to build the deck on the property line. The request before you today is not to encroach onto the neighbor's property. That would not be permitted through a variance, regardless at the Committee of Adjustment. That's more of a civil matter for two neighbors to come together with. My role today as a planner is to deal with the appropriateness of a 0 side yard setback between adjacent neighbors. And as I stated earlier, this is an at-grade deck. This is not an elevated deck that is built on the property line that would create any type of overlook or shadowing. And I don't believe Mrs. Needham really had any issue with the deck itself, rather a question of whether there was an encroachment of a fence or the deck. I don't believe there was any concerns with the actual 0 setback that is proposed before you today.
Questions, panel, for the agent? You see, there is an issue here in that in these situations, I guess for everybody's background information, in a situation like this where something has been built, then the Committee of Adjustment has an approach that we have to take in looking at it, looking at the application. We are not vested with punitive or disciplinary powers. We are charged with looking at the minor variances proposed and deliberating as to whether or not they meet the 4 tests. And we're required to do that from the point of view of considering the application as if what has been built has not yet been built. That's how we have to look at it. In this case, it is made more difficult because, as you say, if the committee was asked, an application came before the committee that involved building a deck and a fence that encroached on the neighbor's property, then, the committee would obviously refuse that application. Ms. Chan.
I heard what you said, but I do agree with the applicant. This is another case of actually a property dispute. It's actually, we are not in the mandate to resolve this problem. What we are approving, what we are listening is actually just the variance, which it has to be built to 0 lot line, not to say that it's encroaching on the other people's property. That has to be proven in court if they're going to fight in court. So I think it is a distraction.
Okay. Other comments, Mr. Nipfel? And then Mr. Clay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree as well with the applicant. What we're looking at is a request to build legally at 0 setback from the east property line. As I read it, if this application is approved, and if the deck and the fence are not at 0 meters from the property line, but in fact are over the property line, the variance is null and void. And there are problems associated with that. But I agree with Mr. Benkowski that what we're here to look at is putting a deck and a fence on the property line, and I don't have any difficulty with that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clay. Mr. Clay, I think you're muted.
I am. I was just saying that I agree with my colleagues that it's exactly the right thing that the panel has to deal with. But I would, to the neighbor, there is a piece of legislation called the Line Fences Act. It's administered by municipalities, in this case, City of Toronto. So that is the course that you can take to pursue disputes about fences. So I just give, to the extent that we can give advice, that would be the advice at least I can give. And I'm fine with this application.
Okay. All right, then let's take the application into committee then for a motion, please. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion for approval. The reason is that it's at grade, and then there's a privacy fence. I do not think that it would create any kind of overlook or negative impact to the neighbors. So I will agree to approve this application.
Very good. And I am also convinced by what I've heard my colleagues say with respect to this. So is there a second to Ms. Chan's motion? Mr. Nipfel seconds. So moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And that vote is unanimous to approve the application. Thank you. And we move on to number 26108 GLENAYR Road. Before us are submitted materials. There's a 2012 decision from committee. There's a staff report from Urban Forestry. And there are 9 form letters in support from owners and occupants on both Burton Road and GLENAYR Road. So let's have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
Okay. Hello there, Lauren
Hello.
Rose speaking. Can you hear me?
We hear you well.
Great. Good afternoon.
Could you, I'm sorry, if you stated your name, I missed it. Please state your name.
Lauren Rose,
Thank you.
388 Spadina Road. I'm the architect.
Very good. Okay. Panel members, do we need a presentation on this application, or do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Byatt, go right ahead.
Just a question with regard to variances number, bear with me, 6 and 7. They're both a front yard landscape. I'm just wondering what the difference is.
So one is the overall landscaping and one is soft landscaping. So because this is on a hill, if you drove by or you saw it, you would see that you need a lot of steps up to the front of the house. Presently, the stairs go beyond the property line. And in this case, we need a variance for the stairs because we're putting foundation on them. Right now, they don't. So you'll see on the area of this street where it is hilly, there are a lot of steps, and steps are excluded from landscaping. And that's why we have that. So there are quite a few steps. It's probably not too dissimilar to the existing condition, but we have to legalize it.
Further questions for the agent? Mr. Nipfel?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Rose, on the proposed site plan, I'm just, the variance that I'm a little concerned with is the building length. And I wanted to make sure I've got an understanding of how the length of your building relates to the properties on either side. The hatched areas are, that's the full extent of the two properties on either side. Is that correct?
One of them is being replaced by a larger home right now. This
Can you give
proposal
me
is,
some suggestion as to where the backs of those two buildings are, though, the adjacent properties?
sorry, I believe it's 106. I don't know where it is because it's being built now. It was approved recently at this committee. I believe it will match ours. This proposal is actually shorter and narrower than the proposal that was approved in 2012 by this committee. So
Okay.
the length includes the front porch and the rear terrace, much of which is below grade. The actual back of this house, when we walk out of the ground floor, we're actually below grade. And the second floor is only 17 meters. And that's why you'll see that planning hasn't made any objections. The neighbors are all in full support.
And the people at 108, I gather, are in support. They don't have any
Yeah,
concerns
both
with it.
neighbors are in support.
People at 106 as well are in support, correct?
Yes, both neighbors
Okay,
are in support.
okay, thanks.
Further questions or? Not hearing any, so I think we are at a point where we can take the application into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Nipfel, please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is reasonable, and as Mr. Rose indicated, the length in numbers is a little deceptive because it extends to include the front porch and extensions at the back as well. I'm satisfied that it's consistent with the area and compatible with the built form around it. I had a little concern with the balcony and whether or not it needed to be screened on the north side, but the balcony is really quite small. And the owner next door has indicated that she is in support of the application and presumably doesn't feel that there's a privacy concern on the north side. So I'd be reluctant to put a screen onto such a small balcony if it's not necessary. Having said all that, I think this meets the four tests and is compatible with the existing conditions. I'd like to move approval subject to forestry condition number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Nipfel. Ms.
Kyle? Kyle, will you consider the front driveway to be permeable pavement?
Sure, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. Okay, then I will second that. Yeah.
Okay. Just so we make sure that staff have captured that, Ms. Chan, would you mind repeating your amendment or your idea?
Am I me?
Please,
okay.
yes.
I would suggest that the driveway, the front driveway, will be paved with permeable materials. Yeah.
Front driveway permeable pavers.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good. Okay. Are you seconding, Ms.? You are seconding as well, Ms. Chan, yes? Okay. So it is moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. Motion carried. The application is approved. And we're now moving on to number 27. 70 Indian Road. Here we have submitted materials, a cover letter from the agent from March the 1st. There's a report from Community Planning, May 19. Support correspondence, 2 form letters, 72 and 66, Indian Road. Opposition from one location at 62 Indian Road. We'll ask the agent to join us, please, by stating your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm John Badinsky.
Good afternoon to you. Panel members, any request here for presentation? Any questions? Mr. Byatt.
Just looking at the variance related to landscaping, you're going from, I believe it's 25% to 0. Could you just speak to that?
That's more or less outside the scope of our project. The only addition to the actual building footprint, depending on the definition, is within the area of an existing 2-story deck. It's a 1.5 square meter addition to the main floor coming out of the footprint of an existing porch. So the 0 landscape backyard is an existing deck that's been there. It's relatively new, but it's been there for some time, since the previous owner at least. And it's out of the scope of our project.
Well, it's in the scope of our consideration because it's a minor variance on the application. So you're asking us to approve it, but it's a problem. You know, focus on soft landscaping has really sharpened, and the thought is that every property should do its share of absorbing stormwater. So we very much see that as within the scope of this application because we're being asked to look at it. What can we do about that very deficient,
Charity, if you look at their cover letter, I think they try to address that concern.
Okay.
He does speak to it and does note that it's an existing condition. It is a deck that allows water to permeate through, and there is just ground underneath that. Plus, I think they make the point that they have landscaped the side yard, which is municipal property, but they have landscaped that quite substantially. So I think that's their response to that question.
Okay, I'm going to ask the agent then. Agent, tell me about now I see better, and thank you, Mr. Clay. What is the surface underneath the deck? Tell me how it absorbs water.
I would assume it's dirt. It's an at-grade deck.
It's an at-grade deck.
I should also probably highlight that another factor that I expected to come up and influences our FSI is that this particular property, due to the angle of Indian Road relative to the property grid, has a much smaller backyard than many of the neighbors. Yeah, the context map shows that quite well. So even as you move up the street, they're almost identical semi-detached homes have more backyard on the other side as well, and significantly less FSI.
Other questions, panel? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to make a comment. I thought that the covering letter was excellent. It gives a lot of detail. If you look at the application just in terms of the numbers, it raises concerns. But the covering letter is really detailed, as Mr. Clay indicated. It responds to concerns that I had, and my assumption, and I gather the applicant's is as well, is that it's an at-grade deck that's got dirt underneath it. So therefore, although it's not as absorbent as grass, it's certainly not as bad as concrete. It allows some water to go between the joints of the wood paver, the wood deck, and into the ground. So I don't think in this case the numbers give really an accurate understanding of how this particular property has responded to, I think, a fairly, as the applicant indicated, a fairly unique situation. It's a very small backyard. It's if we were starting all over again, I would be inclined to say it would be nice if you could have some grass, but it's an existing condition and it's wood, it's not concrete. I think that's advantageous.
I understand now. Thank you very much.
Are you ready for a motion, Chair?
I think we're ready to take the into committee for a motion, please.
I'm happy to move. I think, as we've all said, this is a unique lot. It's a reasonably accommodating design. I don't think what they're proposing is going to have a negative impact on the surrounding areas. There are a number of houses that have had similar work done in the area. It's not uncommon at all for this neighborhood. I think we've satisfied ourselves on the rear landscaping issue. So I'll propose approval of this application subject to the planning conditions with respect to screening on the third floor.
Thank you. Is there a second? Ms. Chan? Ms. Chan seconds. Moved and seconded to approve. All in favor, please show hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion. The application is approved. Panel moves on to...
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I don't know that planning had a condition for screening, unless I'm missing something.
I thought I read, oh, now I've closed that one, so.
There's an exchange of emails.
Yes, correspondence.
Here it is. It's at the extent of the exchange of emails. If I could read it to you, it says, I reviewed the above noted application and only have one comment. The rear third-story balcony shall be constructed with opaque privacy screening or fencing that is permanent, located on the north edge of the deck to a minimum height of 1.5 meters measured from the floor of the deck.
Okay.
And it's from Bruno. Do you see it?
Yeah, I see it now. You have to scroll down a bit to get to it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I missed the scrolling.
Okay. Very good. And we do move on to number 28, which is 1238 Davenport Road. And on 1238 Davenport, before the panel are submitted materials. Cover letter from the agent applicant solicitor, received June 2. There is a transportation email from May the 20th. And there are 3 form letters in support from 3 addresses on Davenport, 1234, 1236, and 1250. So we shall ask the agent to join us. Please just state your name.
Good afternoon. Jonathan Hatch, representing 1238 Davenport Road. My address is 6 Bishop Street, Toronto, Ontario, M5R 1N2.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Okay. Panel members, any questions here? Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yeah, just my question is, just you do not make any sort of additions other than just the basement walkout and right? There's no other additions to the
No,
house.
there are no additions. It's fully within the footprint of the building, and there is one small deck being proposed at the rear.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Which is for egress.
My
that's
question.
why I want to make sure. Yeah, thank you. So in that case, is it that the soft landscape at the rear yard is existing condition and you're not planning to do any change?
It is a completely existing condition. If you look at the 3rd page of my cover letter, there's actually a photo of the rear yard. There's absolutely it's a cascading hill, and there's really no space to add any more landscaping. It's already got as much as we could fit in.
Could I ask a question related to that, Mr. Hatch?
Of course.
If you look at it looks like it's a survey. Is it considered your site plan as well? Just a minute. It's yeah, it's your site plan. Drawing number 1. Could we put that up on the screen? the dotted area is what material?
That's soft landscaping.
Okay.
Yeah.
You see the area that says existing path? It's
Um,
more than a path. It's a patio in that it's L-shaped.
Yeah, so that's an existing path that actually is part of this sort of concrete retaining wall system that holds up the rear yard. So I think if it, and it get it's only about 5 feet wide, but if you actually look on the plan, there's no place to put your bins anywhere. So currently that space is being used just to put garbage bins. So if you look at the third page of our cover letter, you'll see the photo of the rear yard, and that's why there's really not very much space left in this backyard. So the bottom left-hand corner, you can see that photo of the rear yard, and you can see that's the only spot we can fit the bins, and that would be the last little piece of landscaping we could potentially add. But it also helps to hold up the retaining wall because it keeps the concrete in place. So this retaining wall system and path system has been here for since before possession was taken of this, which was about 1.5 years ago. It's been here a very long time from what we can gather. We're not really sure when it was created.
And that looks to be more than, I guess I'm having trouble trying to get the number and the plan together. That looks like you've got more than 21% landscaping though.
By our calculation, it came out to that once you start including because remember there is, if you go back up to the site plan, I have to deduct the space directly in front of the garage. And as you can imagine, when you go down those laneways, it's all concrete from the garage to the middle of the laneway. And essentially everything in front of the garage is used as a continuous laneway widening effect. So I can't really cut up anything in front of the garage. I suppose, so you'll notice there is some existing hard landscaping to the west side of the garage. We could propose to remove that. And if you give me a moment, I could recalculate and find out how much that would change to our landscaping calculations.
That's worth doing. Take the time it needs to do that, please.
Okay, give me a moment. So we are currently proposed at 21.6%, and it looks like we can get up to 25% if we include the space from the rear wall of the garage to the front wall of the garage along the westerly face.
Okay, then you're changing variance number 3 to.
That would be changing variance 3 to 25%.
25%.
Yeah.
And the square meters that would involve, please take another moment.
Oh, yeah. It comes to 25.3 square meters.
Thank you very much for doing that. That's good.
Is
Okay.
the paving between the garage and the laneway, is that poured concrete? Or is it asphalt?
Between the frame garage and on the westerly side?
No, out to the driveway, out to the,
Oh, to the laneway.
yeah.
Yeah, that's just it's the whole laneway in the back is concrete. It's yeah, and on every garage, it's all from the edge of the garage doors to the laneway is all concrete along every garage in that whole section.
Mr. Chairman, if you could indulge me, far be it from me to argue that we should have less soft landscaping. I completely agree with maximizing soft landscaping, but I'm not sure that Mr. Hatch's generous suggestion to put that little strip into soft landscaping is a good idea long term. It's going to be a very difficult piece of land to maintain. And if it's grass, how are you going to cut the grass? And why would you cut the grass? And if you needed to get access from the backyard to the lane, that would be the place you would walk, and therefore the grass won't live. I think a practical solution, which won't change the variance, but a practical solution would be that area might go into permeable pavers. That allows for, the maintenance of it is non-existent. It allows for access through to the laneway. It allows for some percolation of water. And I think actually that's a better solution.
Okay, let's hold that idea. If there are no more questions for Mr. Hatch, we can take the application into committee and we can discuss that very idea. Any further questions for the applicant panel? No, I'm not hearing any. So let's take the application into committee for a motion. First of all, we can discuss thoughts on Mr. Nipfel's observation there. Larry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was going to suggest that. I thought that was a very generous offer by the applicant, but then I was looking at the dimensions there, and that's, I like the idea of permeable pavers in there, and I wouldn't also want to remove the hardscape in a way which might actually affect the foundations for either of those garages as well. So it sounds like there's slope issues there. So I think, Carl, I'd support, and I'm sure the applicant would be happy to oblige. I'd support that being permeable rather than.
Okay, and that makes sense to me. So I'm going to go back to the applicant now because the application is officially amended to 25. We have to go back to the applicant now and reverse that. So, or actually, we can simply do it. We can do it ourselves at 21.
I think we keep it as the original variant.
Yeah.
We're going to keep it as the original. Okay. Very good. Is anyone ready? Is anyone ready then with a motion? Or are there any comments first anyone wishes to make? Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yeah, I can make a motion for approval, put a condition on that the little walkway between the rear garage, between the two, what's the property next? What's the, that little strip of land, how do you describe that?
It's on the west side, yeah?
On the west side of the garage to be.
Yeah.
Okay, west side of the garage to be permeable material.
Very good.
And I believe there's a transportation. Oh, they're fine. Sorry, there isn't a condition.
And just to confirm with staff, okay, staff, we are voting here on the original application. That's our choice. So, okay, it is moved to approve. Is there a second for that motion? I see Mr. Clay seconding. So moved and seconded to so approve. Show of hands, please, those in favor. And that's a unanimous vote. So the motion is carried. The application is approved. Panel moves on to number 29. 244 Parkview Hill Crescent. Before us are the submitted plans. submitted materials, an arborist report from February, and a staff report from Urban Forestry. We'll ask the agent now to join us by stating your name.
Hi, this is Mason Johnston on behalf of my clients there. My address is 229 Manor Road East regarding 244 Parkview Hill Crescent.
Good afternoon. Okay. Panel here, do we have any questions for the agent? Any requests for a presentation? No.
Mr. Chairman, the only question that I would have is I'd like the agent's response to the forestry's recommendation.
Yes, we are going to go back to our original design, and we will agree to maintain the tree, and we'll decrease the size of the driveway.
Very good. Okay. Now, Mr. Clay, are you with us now? You're no longer visually with us. But we still have quorum. So let's proceed then. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be quite happy to move a motion to approve with forestry condition. I believe it's number 1. Beyond that, there's nothing else. I think it's a reasonable application.
Is there a second to that motion? Seconded, Mr. Nipfel. So moved and seconded to approve. All in favor, please show hands. Mr. Clay, you were absent for a moment there?
I'm afraid I'm having more technical difficulties, so yes, mark me as absent.
Okay, show Mr. Clay as absent, please. The motion is carried, and the application is approved. Thank you. Which takes us to 634 Indian Road. And on 634 Indian Road, submitted materials before us, Urban Forestry staff report. 1 correspondence piece in concern from 72 Abbott, Isabelle Morin. Who is also registered to speak in opposition. Okay. Is she with us? Okay. Okay, very good. Let's have the agent join us, please.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is William Chang. I'm an architect agent of 98 Bedford Park Avenue.
Good afternoon to you, William. William, your voice is slightly soft, slightly faint, so if you can adjust your volume a little bit up or speak more loudly, that'll help us.
Yeah, I appreciate the feedback. Is it better?
Yes, to some degree. It's still faint.
Okay, I'll try to raise my voice.
Okay. Okay, you have 5 minutes to present your application. Please go ahead.
First, I'd like to address the letter of concern. I was looking at it and I was wondering, this is related to 72 Abbott Avenue and 670 Indian Road. I believe this does not apply.
Yeah.
Or it's not of concern to this application. If you go to the location map and zoom in above Abbott Avenue, you'll see where it's located, 72 Abbott Avenue and 670. So I am not sure how is this related. When I was reading the letter of concern, it's totally unrelated. Yeah. So that for the first order. For the this application is basically for a there's two parts of this application. One is to propose a two-story ancillary building, a garage that's being demolished, and build an additional second story on top of it. You see the dash line where the proposed new story is. That's the existing garage. It's in dilapidated condition. We're just removing it and building a new garage. And a second story, the purpose of the second story is for a workshop for the purpose of, currently the son-in-law lives in the second floor and they're seeking to have, he's an artist, they're seeking to have an additional space, right? Therefore, this is what is being proposed. That's for the item, minor variances item from 1 to 5 is related to this. And 6 to 7 is related to, if you can go to the floor plan. It's basically expanding, you go down, please. Enclosing a second story balcony in the main house. These are the drawings for the garage. Yep. Yeah. So you'll see that elevation. There's an open balcony on the second story. So the proposal is to enclose that. The existing FSI is non-compliant. It's already at 71%. So once we add an additional 8.13 square meters, we're bumping a 3% in addition to the 71. So we end up with 74% over the 60% that is maximum allowed. So those are for the items 6 and 7. 7 would be the setback. There's if you go to the site plan, please. Yeah, in the front, there's Indian road cuts at an angle. So there's an existing condition where the zoning examiner flagged the 0.55 setback right on the at the corner of that enclosed porch, right? So that's for the interior portion. For the exterior, that's correct. Thank you. For the exterior portion, what we're seeking is to, in looking at the notices within 1 kilometer of this property, and unfortunately, I didn't include any supporting document for that, but I can briefly mention that I have seen an intensification in this area. There has been about 16 applications since 2010 that are related to proposed ancillary buildings with a second story. Out of the 16, less than 20% were denied, and the 3 of them that were denied, they were laneway suites. So 13 were approved, and 3 of them, which also were approved, were related to ancillary buildings with storage above a garage. So I think, well, given this finding, we try to go within the parameters of the context in that neighborhood, and I think we are within what the official planning permits at. And it's a minor variation. We're not seeking for a lot. The height that we're seeking, 6.91, is not the highest. There's a property in 297 Symington, which was approved for 6.93. And the reason why, if you can please go to the elevations, go down on the drawings. Yep, thank you. Go up a little bit. Go up a little bit. You will see that we're seeking additional height because there are some trees in the area, and the neighbors on this 640 Indian Road has a flat roof. It's all filled with leaves. So we're just trying to keep it maintenance free. Like we're not really seeking for a lot, but worst case scenario, if you find that it's unreasonable, I'm be willing to compromise and go down a little bit lower. But at the same time, I think that we are within parameters of the neighborhoods. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you just clarify, that was a very good analysis of your changes. The other change you're making is you're adding a rear balcony or terrace off the second floor of the existing house. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And we have gone through a zoning review, and basically we flushed out any potential issues with this additional second floor deck. Nothing came up with regard to that. And so, yes, I'm not concerned about and going back with the permit application with what we have right now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Byatt, you had a question?
Yes, please. Just looking at the second floor plan for the garage and the space above it, the workshop area, is there any possibility that this space could become residential space, given whatever it is you're putting in terms of plumbing, etc.?
Yes, I understand the concern because we're showing a sink, and we're not proposing any toilets. That would basically make the difference between a habitable space, toilet, and I mean, you can argue the sink could be a kitchen, right? But there's no plans for toilets, and yeah, like it's something that I've mentioned to them, but because it's an artist and they use liquid material, they would like to have a sink if it's possible. Yeah, but no, there's no plans for habitation.
Thank you.
Ms. Chen, yes. Ms. Chen, go ahead.
I have a question to the applicant. Are you proposing to, the workshop, the height of that auxiliary building is 6.91. I'm wondering because it is not the same situation as a laneway house, because there's always a laneway to actually mitigate the impact of the height. In your case, you're in the middle of all this property around you. And I'm just wondering if it's only a workshop and also a garage, maybe the height of the first floor can be lower, and then given the height limit for garden suite or laneway house is 6 meters now, but it will be 6.3. So I'm wondering whether if you lower it by a couple of feet or to 6.3, will that still be working for you?
Yes, if we can go back to this section, if you go down, please, on 287 or 27, yeah. I'll be willing to consider that. I could make some adjustments to the height, possibly reducing. Yeah, I can go with
maybe a shallower slope or something, right? I think maybe you can. So I'm so concerned about it because it's in the middle of all these other properties in their backyard. So this is like almost 7 meters. Is a bit of a height for them.
Yeah, I've seen going higher too, but at the same time, I am willing to compromise and bring it down to 6.5 if that would work. That would be 0.4 meters, which is about 0.4 meters. It's a little bit. It's more than a foot lower than what I'm proposing. I don't know what you think. What would you think about that?
I'm gonna ask panel.
I would suggest 6.3 because that is the height limit for laneway suite.
Okay, panel. Could we hold that discussion just for a moment, please? Because we do have a registered speaker who is standing by, still waiting to speak. So we're going to come back to the applicant after rebuttal with all of our questions and so on. Let's hear the registered speaker now, who is standing by, and I'll ask the moderator to.
Yes, is that speaker to be Isabel Moray?
Yes.
Yes.
Good afternoon. You're Isabel.
Yeah, no, my name is Paul Tomlinson. I'm a friend of Isabelle Morin. Isabelle Morin's first language is French, and I was asked if I could assist.
Okay, Paul.
I'm a lawyer, but not, I'm a criminal lawyer and know nothing about this kind of application. However, I've been listening, and it would appear that Miss Morin was sent the notice of the Committee of Adjustments, and with the address of 634 Indian Road. She was in the middle of a similar application by a neighbor, and she sent all her material thinking that it was to do with 670 Indian Road. And I don't know why she got the application for today sent to her in the first place. Her residence is 72 Abbott, which is very close. And the applicant who's building a laneway townhouse, which affects Miss Morin, lives at 670 Indian Road. So it may be that she sent all her material, believing, of course, that it was the application to do with 670 Indian Road. Are they able to tell me how close 72 Abbott is to 634 Indian Road? I don't believe this is anything to do with her house.
I think you're right, Mr. Tomlinson.
Mr. Chairman, to answer the question that the applicant just asked, the location map shows the property he's talking about, but I have the same note that the applicant has and that this gentleman has. I think Ms. Moran's comments are for a different application. There's the Abbott Road there. Can you see it on the drawing? And what number did you say?
She is at 72 Abbott Road.
Okay, she's close by, but I think you're right. Her comments were confusing to the applicant because they don't seem to relate to what he's proposing. I'm wondering, Mr. Chairman, if it's possible for the staff to, not perhaps right now, but to look and see if there is an application for the property that this gentleman thinks was the issue, and to advise Ms. Moran about the information on, because it sounds as though she's quite rightly responded to what she believed an application to be, and perhaps the application's going forward somewhere else and she doesn't have the information.
Staff?
I don't know why she would have received the notice of the application that was taking place today. She thought it had to do with the laneway house that was being built conterminous to her house.
Through you, Mr. Chair, was the address 606 Indian Road?
No. The address is 670 Indian Road.
Thank you.
And the applicants are a Goldstein.
Now, if you look at the location map that's on the screen, you can see 670 and you can see where Miss Moran lives. That makes a lot more sense.
Where on the screen do we see that?
Up at the top, there's a street, you see there, 670? Can you see it there? It's on Indian Road. Third one from the corner.
You see the marker there? There's the marker on 670 right now.
Yes, we see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And 72 Indian would, Staff, can you put the marker on 72 Abbott, pardon me?
Yes.
So I think there's no question now that Ms. Moran has an interest in 670 Indian, but probably, but her comments clearly don't relate to 634. That it isn't very far away, but they just don't relate to that situation.
Right.
So she got the material in error then somehow.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have no minor variance application at 670 Indian Road.
No, there's not.
But there was a permit for a laneway suite, but that
Yes.
permit's been issued, and I don't know if the work's been completed.
It didn't. It was as of right. It didn't involve variances. I think that there's the answer, Mr. Tomlinson. There was an application at 670 for a laneway suite, which was it didn't involve any minor variances. It was all of it was within the bylaw, so it has been approved, and that may have. I imagine that's the one that Ms. Moran is thinking about, because it does impact her in a sense. I don't know why she would have received this application, but they are two separate applications, and
She wasn't aware of anything being approved.
And what she has written in her letter clearly doesn't. It doesn't relate to this site.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. So
when was that application approved? The one to do with the townhouse beside her house.
Do we know that, staff?
It was a couple of years ago.
A couple of years ago.
2 years ago.
And I was not consulted 2 years ago.
No, she was never. She didn't know anything.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder, we're probably going to confuse these people more. The issue, as Sylvia has indicated, is there wasn't an application for 670. There was a permit issued for 670. That's a whole different process. That's somebody who has the right to build within the bylaw, and they got a building permit to build. I think Sylvia said it was a laneway suite, but it complied with the bylaw. So there would have been no right of appeal, because they weren't asking for any variances.
I'm going to have to leave it at that, Paul. And I think you get the gist of what we're saying there. So I'll ask you to explain that to Ms. Moran. We have to return to the application at hand here, so we're going to do that now, and we're going to go back to the applicant now on 634.
Yes, hi. So we're talking about 6.3 meters. I'm willing to make the changes for 6.3 meters in height.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we do hear. That's Mr. Chang, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right, William. So we're back to you now, and
yeah, I'm not sure you heard me, but I'm willing to compromise and bring it down to 6.3 meters so that everybody's happy. If that's a concern, no, not a problem. We'll make it work.
okay. First of all, we need you, because we had quite a diversion there, William. We're going to have to kind of recalibrate here. So let's go back. Your you're ready to change one of your variances. I want you to be very specific in telling us which variance it is. Let's go back to your application. We're going to go back to the list of variances and tell us which variance you have in mind. And
Yes, variance number 1.
Yes.
The proposed height of the ancillary structure
Yes.
to be 6.3 meters.
Okay. You're going to change that from 6.91 to 6.31. Is that right?
6.3.
6.3. Okay. Very good. So the application is amended now. Number 1 has been amended to 6.3. That's what we're dealing with now, panel. Any further questions, panel, for Mr. Chang, the applicant? Okay, I'm not hearing any. So at this point, we can take the application for number 634 Indian Road into committee. Moving toward a motion. Unless there are any comments anyone wishes to make in committee. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to just thank the agent or the architect for making that adjustment as per Ms. Chan's suggestion. And my concerns about the possibility of this turning into a laneway suite have also been have been reassured. So I'd like to move a motion to, pardon me, approve. I don't believe, I believe there's a forest, pardon me, forestry number 2 condition. Beyond that, I don't think there are any other conditions at this point. I'd like to
Could I make a friendly suggestion, Mr. Byatt? Could we consider screening the north edge of the rear balconies? The south edge is fine, but the north edge overlooks an adjacent backyard.
Perfect. That would be perfect. Thank you.
Okay. That motion is seconded. Mr. Clay, you seconding?
No, actually, I'm not, Chair. I just wanted to reflect on my views on this one. I'm going to be a little bit contrarian. I've said this in previous applications of this sort, where an ancillary building is considerably exceeding the allowable height and stories for a purpose which isn't either a laneway suite or a garden suite or in any way adding value in terms of rental or accommodation into a neighborhood. I know no one has opposed this one, but I'm strongly of the view that exceeding the height in the backyard to that degree without having an offsetting community benefit like a laneway suite or a garden suite where you're providing additional rental or accommodation, in my view, is not supportable, and I won't be supporting this application.
Thank you for that. Okay, Mr. Knipfel.
Mr. Chairman, notwithstanding the fact that I did suggest to Mr. Barry that screening would need to be a requirement if it's going to be approved, I have a similar concern to Larry. I have real problems with a 2-story structure as an ancillary building in this location. It isn't providing additional housing. I think the questioning that Mr. Byatt went through concerned that the top floor would be used for habitable purposes. I think that's a legitimate concern. There is plumbing there. We used to put a condition in that there was to be no plumbing provided in buildings that we were nervous about. I'm afraid I'm like Larry on this one. I can't support the size of the ancillary structure, so I won't be supporting the application.
Thank you for that too, because I had concerns about this one. Let me ask my panel colleagues, is in this 2-story structure in the back, is the bottom a garage? Is the bottom level a garage level?
Yes, it is.
It is. And it's accessed by a lane or a driveway from the front? How is it accessed
Shared
there?
driveway.
There's no laneway here.
There's no laneway. It's accessed by a driveway.
Yes.
Okay.
Shared driveway.
Okay, so I'm going to go take us out of the committee for a moment. I have a question again for the applicant, and you know, your property, your client's property, the entire front lawn is hard surface,
Yeah, that's
and
correct.
It's hard surface. Is that ever used for parking out there?
I believe there is. This is not the correct site survey. Yeah.
Is it not true that the entire front lawn is hard surface?
Yes, it's paved. That's correct. There's the interlocking.
Interlocking brick driveway, the entire front lawn. So you basically have parking at the front. I don't know if that was done with the benefit of a permit or not. And at the back, you have more parking in the garage. So in that you do have all of that hard surface at the front, I was concerned that any deficiency in soft landscaping at the rear would be too much to allow for the site.
We can work on the landscaping and bring it up to par. I think we're very close. We're not that far. In terms of the size, we're really in keeping with the size of the next door neighbor. Yes.
Okay.
It could be possibly reduced as well. I do not know if the concern here is to not allow anything other than dwelling units, a secondary dwelling unit, if that is a concern. But if we're not
But
going
that wasn't
for
my question. I'm gonna ask you to stop there now because we're gonna go back now into my question was about soft landscaping. Let's go back now into committee, and I'm gonna add my comments to those of Mr. Clay and Mr. Nipfel saying I can't support this application either.
Well, to be clear, I have no problems with the addition to the main dwelling. My concern is pretty exclusively in respect of the ancillary building.
Correct.
So, Larry, so do you mean if we just have, in your case, is refusing variance number 1 and 2?
1, 2, and 3, I think.
Oh, yeah. The 3 is the floor area, right? So it's the existing garage.
But the floor area that's for the ancillary building, right? So the floor area is related to the 2-story nature of the structure.
I'm not too sure. I think it's 40 square meter. It's just like the size of a garage, right? I think it's a footprint.
It says total floor area. I assume that meant both first and second floor, but I stand to be corrected.
I don't know, because it's a standard size of a double car garage is about 40 square meter. Unless this is, because I don't think you can spread, you add 2 floors, you still.
Isn't floor area, when you say total floor area, doesn't that include both the first and second story?
It should, but then, so the garage is not considered to be floor area, right? If we did, they can still build a garage, or keep.
Maybe Sylvia, maybe you can clarify that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe if it says total floor area, I think it would mean the total floor area of the structure.
2 floors.
I think what Mr. Clay is referring to is FSI, that the parking space would be excluded from FSI. I could see if I can find the definition in the bylaw if it's.
Okay, Mr. Byatt, you wanted to say something?
Just a quick one on that same point. The variance number 7 refers to the altered dwelling. So does the ancillary building, is a dwelling, does it include the ancillary building or not? If it doesn't, then if it may be just referring to the home itself.
I think 7's okay. I think 7's just the existing building, and like Larry, I don't have any difficulty with what they want to do with the existing building. I think the problem is with variance 1. Well, clearly with variance 1 and 2, because it's 6.91 meters high or 2 stories. I assumed that 3 was both floors as well. So it sounds to me like those of us that are concerned with the size of the ancillary building, the height of the ancillary building, have problems with variances 1, 2, and 3.
I'm going to ask if anyone is ready at this stage. I think there's enough discussion now. Is anyone ready with a motion?
No, I have a comment regarding the size of the floor area. If you look at the drawing A1, it's showing the garage plan. which is like 7 meter by 6.2 meter. It's only one floor. You calculate that that's about 42 square meter, right? So it's only one floor.
Okay, that sounds like you've resolved that issue then.
Yeah.
Is anyone
But,
ready?
I think number 3, you still need number 3, but we can refuse 1 or 2. 1 and
So,
2.
Chair, I note that Zahir moved a motion. I interjected.
Okay.
No one had an opportunity to second that, so I think you might want to.
Let's backtrack. Okay, there's a motion put forward by Mr. Byatt. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, so the motion does not receive a second and it fails. Is there another motion? I look to someone else for a motion, please. Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Sure, Chair. I think now that we've resolved what we're dealing with, I think I'd like to move a motion to refuse variances 1 and 2. However, we can approve variances 3 through 7, with the exception 3 is related to the ancillary structure, so is 4, but they don't rely on 2 stories. So I think we're okay there. So refuse 1 and 2, approve 3 to 7. Conditions, I don't know. There are no conditions.
Does that motion have a second?
I think there's a forestry condition 2.
There's a forestry condition number 2, yeah. And with that, I'd move a second.
Oh, thank you. I didn't catch that.
Okay. So moved and seconded. Staff, you've captured what the actual motion is? The motion refuses variances number 1 and 2 and approves the rest subject to forestry. But 1 and 2 are refused in this motion. It's the amended motion. It's the amended application. Yes, that's quite so. We're actually that is to refuse the application or the number 1 as amended. Yeah. Number 1 at 6.3. Yeah. Okay, moved and seconded to refuse those two variances. Approve the rest subject to forestry. Those in favor, show of hands, please. That's unanimous vote. The motion is carried and the application is so approved. That was seconded. Okay, let's go backwards. I think I've just taken a... Did we have a second for that? Perhaps not. Let's go back. Oh, it was Mr. Nifl, yes. Mr. Nifl.
I seconded it.
Yes. It was a properly
constituted motion. I just want to thank my fellow panelists for convincing me otherwise. Thank you.
Very good, Mr. Byatt. Okay. At this point, we've been going for 2 hours again. I'm going to take a 10-minute recess. I think we can all use that. And we'll resume again at 5:46. So we are recessing 10 minutes till 5:46. We resume on number 31, 17 Brookfield Street. This application before the panel, the following materials. Those submitted by the applicant, a cover letter from the agent, May 30th, and 2 form letters in support. 15 and 19 Brookfield. Okay. And we'll ask the speaker to join us, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Jay Smith, agent for the application. My address is 2814 Hollington Crescent in Mississauga.
Good afternoon to you. Okay. Panel on this application. Any requests for a presentation? Any questions for the applicant? Basically, it's pretty clear what you want, Mr. Smith. The new garage is a little wider than the existing one, but it's shorter. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, then. Hearing no questions, I think we can take this application into committee, moving to a motion. Ms. Chen, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with this one. I haven't got any noticed any about negative impact either. So I think it's quite straightforward, and the variance they're seeking, I consider them to be minor, and I move for approval with no conditions.
Thank you very much. It is seconded by Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded.
Thank you.
Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show of hands. Unanimous vote carries the motion, and the application is approved.
And Member Clay is absent.
Member Clay is absent, and we'll hope he joins us shortly, but we still have quorum.
Yes.
Number 32, 1913 Yonge Street. On this application, the materials are those submitted by the applicant. There's a cover letter from the agent, 31 May, and 3 photographs of the site. We'll ask the agent to join us. Please just state your name.
We submitted the material and the presentation as well. So if you need me, I can come with the summary of the application and the presentation. Otherwise, I'm here to have your ideas on.
Okay. Thank you very much. We didn't quite pick up on the beginning of your speaking. Could you state your name, please?
Yeah, this is Mohammed Firouzi from LHW Engineering.
Thank you very much.
We are the agents, yes. No problem.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm going to ask you, please, just for a quick explanation of your. I don't need a full presentation, but a quick explanation of your application, please.
Yep. So there is a 2-story mixed-use building and a garage at the back, and the application is to have a shed in between. If you see, yeah, it's here. Yes, yeah. So there is an existing garage at the rear. There is a 2-story building, which is mixed use at the front, and the client needs to have this new shed in between those buildings. So we have minor variances with the setbacks from the sides, plus the distance between the buildings, which requires the COA committee.
I'm sorry. Just so you know, your voice is a bit muffled somehow. So we're missing a lot of what you're saying just because your voice is sort of muffled.
Give me a second. Give me a second.
Mr. Chairman, while he's correcting his microphone, could we ask that he clarify that the shed is existing?
I beg your pardon, that the shed is?
Existing? My understanding is that the shed isn't proposed, but is existing.
Correct.
Okay, I'm here if you hear me.
Yes,
Hello? Yeah.
Okay, I think you sound a little clearer now. Yes.
Okay.
First of all, applicant.
Yeah.
Could you just clarify for us, the new shed is actually an existing shed, is it not, that we are being asked to legalize?
Yes, this is existing, and we are going to legalize it.
How long has it been there?
I'm not sure, because we just get involved in the project in 2022, and by the time we get involved in the project, it's been built.
So it could be, okay, you don't know exactly when it was built, but was it built in the last 2 years or the last 10 years?
It should be less than 10 years. Something between 2 and 10 years, because we got involved in 2 years and it's already existed there. So by the site visit we had, it seems that it's less than 10 years old.
Okay.
If you do not have the presentation in front of you, I might need to bring up the points we have in our presentation.
Well, I'm going to go to my panel colleagues instead and ask them any questions for the applicant panel. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman. In your covering letter, you've indicated that in the near future, the subject site will be modified for condominiums and eventually all the existing structures on the site will be demolished. So this is a temporary variance. Is that correct? You're going to take all the buildings on this site down?
You are absolutely correct, sir. There is an application with a developer there. It's not us, it's a developer. They are going to have two high rises there, like multi-use of high rises there. I have the application number of them, like it's 20191099 STE 12OZ, which is the developing of this area actually from 1913 to 1951, which includes our property. They are going to demolish all of them and have those condominium built there. Plus,
just to clarify, what is the? I don't need a lot of details, but what is the shed used for right now?
It's for temporary use of because like the front building is fruit and vegetable stores, and they are going to have some having a temporary store of those fruits and stuff to just move it into the store. Plus in like kind of winter time when rains and snow comes, like when they move stuff from the garage to the store, they pass through this shed and they just kind of protect them from being wet or snowy and stuff.
Thanks.
No problem.
Okay, any further questions for the agent? Let's take it into committee. We can move to a motion or discussion. Ms. Chan, go ahead, please.
Yes, I should take this one because I work right next to it in the other corner for about 12 years. So that food store has been always there, a little green grocer, which served the area very well. And since that, there's a Starbucks right at the corner, but it's already been evicted, or they just discontinued the lease. So I think this is a very temporary thing, and it doesn't actually create any negative impact in the neighborhood, and there's no reason to refuse this application.
Okay. Mr. Byett?
Motion?
I'd like to agree with Ms. Chen that in principle, the idea of building something illegally and then asking for legalization doesn't bode well with me. But in this particular case, it definitely is temporary. Possibly within the next 2 years, this may no longer be there. So I'd be quite happy to move a motion to approve.
Thank you. Anyone seconding that motion? There is a second, Ms. Chan. So moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please, show of hands. And that vote is unanimous. So the motion is carried. The application is approved. (11 Ferris Road, number 33). On 11 Ferris, where we have submitted materials, there are 8 photographs of similar builds. We have some Committee of Adjustment past decisions. There is a report from Urban Forestry. There is support in the form of 11 form letters signed by people on Druid Court, Ferris Road, Notley Place. And in opposition, there's one piece of correspondence from 14 Ferris. So we'll ask the agent now to join us, please.
Yes, good afternoon, committee members. My name is Leo Mastandrea. I am the agent for the owners.
Good afternoon to you. Just stand by for a second, Mr. Mastandrea. Moderator, do we have one person registered in opposition standing by?
Yes, they are on standby and registered to speak.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, before you return to Mr. Mastandrea, could we get him in his comments to clarify the consent because the engineering conditions are for a consent application. Has the consent been granted? Because what we have from engineering deals with the consent, not with the variances at all. So maybe he could just clarify where we stand with the consent.
Very good. Thanks for that. So, Mr. Mastrande, you have 5 minutes to present your proposal to the panel, and we'd ask you to make that clarification, please.
Yes, I'm just looking at that memo right now. That's not our address. That's on Danforth Road. We have no consent. It's one lot we're dealing with. See the existing dwelling, new dwelling. That's all we're doing. We are not consenting or severing anything.
Okay, so just sorry to interrupt then. I just wanted to confirm this isn't you then. So then this report is in the wrong place. It doesn't apply to this application.
Yeah.
I think that's correct. Yep. Okay. Now we'll let Mr. Mastrandea make his presentation and start the clock now, please.
Variances, they all minor and do meet the exactly where the existing dwelling is now. And if you look on our site plan, it's actually in between the two dwellings to the adjacent.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if it's just me, but I can't hear the
Could you
applicant.
advise the speaker that we're not able to hear him, please?
Hello, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes. So the variance number 2 is the side yard setbacks, which are consistent.
You're going to need to start at number 1 because we missed everything you said.
Okay.
So we'll okay. You need to start at number 1, please.
I'll start at minimum required front yard setback. It's basically where our existing house is currently. And if you bring up our site plan, you can also see that it's kind of almost in the middle between the two adjacent dwellings. So we're 0.4, which is roughly about 15 inches. Variance number 2, side yard setbacks. Although we are asking for a relief on these setbacks on the side, we do comply at the second floor level. The number 3, in regards to the permitted height, it's provided decisions on other properties on Ferris and on other streets within the 500-meter radius that show similar heights which have been approved. So I believe that also is consistent with the area. Variance number 2 is minor in nature. We're asking for an additional 4% floor area, which in my opinion is minor. And as well as number 5, we're asking for an additional 1% in coverage, which again is minor in nature. So I do believe this meets all 4 tests, and that is my submission. And if you submitted supporting material, I have no concerns from the planning department. We do have a letter from forestry, which we are in contact with, and if you make it a condition that we get forestry approval, we can clarify that situation with them. I've also submitted a late drawing today because we just received that letter from forestry yesterday. We are proposing, so we're kind of still in negotiations. And we're willing to do whatever it takes to keep that and maintain the healthy tree in the front. So the green that you see is the existing driveway, and the other green is the existing porch, the existing walkway. The space that I have hatched in red is going to be a portion of our new driveway, which we want to make permeable, and I believe it will be satisfactory with forestry. In addition, the walkway, we will also make permeable paver, and will be proposed steps instead of being poured. We're going to just have precast that are sitting on top of the existing grade. And I believe this will satisfy all their concerns. But if you made it a condition on forestry approval, then you can deal directly with them. You can sort it out. If anyone has any questions, I can answer them for you.
Okay, we do have a registered speaker standing by. Panel, do we want to put questions now or wait until we hear from the speaker? Let's hear from the speaker first. So, moderator, please bring the speaker in.
Lynn McQueen, you have been unmuted and are able to speak right now.
Thank you, everyone. We did provide a letter to the committee. It was late, unfortunately. We had a death in our family. The letter talks about our understanding that the house across the street has to go. It's unlivable, and I don't think that we have any regret that it would be 2 stories in height either.
Pardon me for interrupting you. If you would please just state your name for the record.
Oh, excuse me. My name is Lynn McQueen.
Okay.
I'm attending here with my husband, Peter Thompson. We are both the authors of a letter that was sent to you. We live at 14 Ferris Road, which is directly across from the house that would be built.
Okay. Lynn, you're coming across, your transmission is just slightly faint, so if you were to speak up a touch, that would help us out. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I think we have no difficulty at all in understanding that the house across the street needs to be taken down. It's a terrible disrepair and it's unlivable. I think we also understand exactly why it would be, you would want to make it into a 2-story dwelling right now. And in fact, that is consistent with the area, in that in most cases over the garage, there is usually already a half-story house that is there. Where our neighborhood is predominantly old 1950s bungalows, except for the new builds now. In fact, 2 of the new builds cited in as examples what we went to visit recently, and we do find them very imposing on the nature of the environment. We kind of picked a bungalow community because that was an aesthetic that we liked. But that's tempered for us by the fact that across the street is a beautiful old maple tree. And you do have the letter from forestry. I saw it when I went onto the account this morning. I think both of us share the concerns of what the height would do in terms of where the drip line would fall for the tree, which isn't in their report, but we believe that it would be severe, it would be quite compromised by the height, especially the additional height that's being suggested, and that our predominant concern is the setback from the street and the area that would have to be dug out in order to accommodate the driveway. I saw the quick presentation by the agent, and I think we would see that if the Toronto Forestry Department was okay with whatever was put forward, we could remove our objection about pretty much based on the tree and the health of it. I think though we would want to ask one other thing, which is that it's quite a large canopy, and we're not sure that the urban forestry takes that into account about how the house how the house and the canopy would fit together on the same ground. The 2 areas that we have the most concerns are with the front, the setback, side by side. If our neighbors don't have an issue with it, I don't think we do. And the height, particularly how it affects the tree. The only thing I would add is that The neighbors, many of whom signed the form letters put together by the LEMCAD, they all live around the corner. They don't see the tree. They don't see what the house will be. I don't think that they necessarily have much skin in the game of what happens right across the street from us. So I might suggest that you take at least our response as someone who would be, our lives would be quite impacted. I have a disability and I work from home, and out front of my big glorious window, I see the property across the way. So I'm quite attached emotionally, as well as a city participant, to its staying healthy. Anything else, Peter? Okay, that's what we wanted to say today.
Thank you very much. Let's see if any panel members have questions for you. Panel, any? No questions. Thank you very much. Let's go back now to the agent, who will have a chance to respond in rebuttal to what the caller said. And we'll go back to the agent now.
Yes. If you could bring up the submission I submitted today, the driveway, the proposal in regards to the forestry memo. So that large circle that you see dotted is the canopy. So it's not touching our house. It's basically where the existing house is now. Our proposed house is going to be where the existing house is currently. And we did get support from the direct neighbor, and the other neighbor did not have any other concerns. With that big tree, which we are protecting, and we will deal with forestry to address, already done, but whatever else they want, we will provide it. I don't think it will have any impact on the neighbor because the tree blocks most of that property, so they wouldn't even see the new house. And based on my supporting material, I believe it is consistent with the neighborhood, and it does meet all 4 tests.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if any of the panel will have questions for you. Panel members. Mr. Back, go ahead.
Just for clarification, in the image that we're looking at now, which we don't have at hand, it's something you submitted today. It's the proposed driveway, and I think there's something a little further above that you mentioned that you would be utilizing permeable materials for the proposed driveway, and not sure how far that extends. So that would be correct. Is that so?
Yeah, so the everything in green right now is existing. So we want to talk to forestry, and if they allow us to put the permeable pavers through the whole thing, we will do that. But if they do want us to leave it alone, we will also do that. We want to work, and we're in the process.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up completely. It's very hard to hear you.
Everything you see in green is existing, and the only part.
Oh, you're disappearing again.
The only part that we're proposing is
your voice, unfortunately, is coming and going.
I'm not sure why. I'm right in front of the speaker, but nevertheless, so the green is all existing.
We did get that. We do understand that part. Okay.
Well, we want to work with forestry. So if you make it a condition,
we understand that too.
Okay.
Well, you'll deal with. I mean, forestry has already indicated that they are interested in this application, so you will need to deal with forestry.
Correct, and we're willing to do whatever it takes. We have an arborist already on staff.
Fine.
So
okay.
We'll deal
Any
with
other questions for the applicant panel? If there aren't any, we can take.
Sorry, I thought Mr. Bayer had asked about the permeable pavers, right?
Yes.
Yes. So is this image that on the screen is the revised site plan that we should follow? Or,
well, just we just received the letter today from forestry. So I just quickly put something together to try to address their concerns. And we will also be in the process of finalizing with them to see exactly. We are proposing permeable paver on the whole driveway. But
Okay,
if
that's the answer to the question. Very good. Let's take the application into committee now for a motion. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to make a couple of comments. The forestry memo was written on May the 30th, so I don't know why the applicant just received it yesterday. That's very confusing. And I'm very uncomfortable having us play designer on the front yard right now. I'm not comfortable doing that. It seems to me that the forestry department, and I missed 90% of what the applicant said. I couldn't hear him. It seems to me that the forestry department has raised rather severe concerns about that tree. They want it retained. So I think that a condition needs to be broader than just to the satisfaction of forestry. I think it needs to say the retention of the tree to the satisfaction of forestry, and then mention the three alternatives that they've mentioned. I think that makes more sense. Of the variances that are before us, the one that I have the most trouble with at this point is the side yard setback. I'm unable to support the one on the south. I think it's just too close to the property line. I will not be supporting that particular variance. It's a very large house with an extremely minimal side yard setback on one side, and I'm unable to support that. So that's just where I stand on it. I think it needs a very definitive forestry condition, and from my perspective, I won't be able to support the side yard setback variance.
Other thoughts on the application?
Can I just, I've similarly, I've had technical issues, so I've missed part of this, so, and I didn't hear anything. Carl, you're talking about variance number 2?
All right.
Looks like it.
No, I'm talking of, yes, sorry.
So you're concerned?
No, is this, the setback is 0.61 meters on the south side, which I think is too tight.
Oh, the south side.
On the north side it's 0.95, which is reasonable. I mean, combined with what's there, I just think 0.61 is much too tight. And given as well that the bylaw requirement for side yard is 1.2, that's like a 50% reduction.
Could you put up the, just ask staff to put up the site plan, please, so we can just see how the proposal sits on the site.
Is your concern, Carl, about because of the proximity of the house, which actually is on Ravenwood?
No, my concern has to do primarily with the fact that it's a dead space that no one can do anything with. It's so narrow you can't really maintain it. The bylaw requires a larger breathing space between the houses, and I think that there's been some attempt to do that on the north side. On the south side, I just don't see it. And if a fence is put on that property line, then you've got and there is a board fence there now. You've got this little sliver of land, which is, I would argue, just completely useless.
Okay, any other thoughts? It's 0.61 meters, yeah. Well, Carl, do you want to make a motion?
Sure. I would move approval of the application with the exception of variance number 2. And it would be subject to, now I have to construct this, just give me a second. Subject to retaining the Norway maple tree in the front yard to the satisfaction of urban forestry. by either reducing the width of the driveway, constructing the new front porch in the location of the existing porch, or constructing the front porch stairs so they lead directly to the driveway.
That's right out of the urban forestry wording.
Yes, those are the options they suggested.
I'm just going to give staff a second to catch up with that. Just a thought on your on refusing variance number 2. Would you have any as an in-between step? Or what about increasing it to equate with the other side? So increasing it to 0.9.
I frankly wouldn't have any difficulty with that.
We could do that rather than refuse. The actual
Yeah.
But I don't know where my colleagues sit on this. There may be no support for that position. So
I think it makes
I think
sense.
we really need to poll everybody and see what they think.
Well, first of all, I don't think you can refuse it because that means that they will have both sides 1.2 if they do not have that variance, right?
That's right.
Yeah. So I think that will change the plan drastically, and I'm not too sure that the south side bothered me as much as CAUL, only because when I look at the plan, the distance between the houses to the north and then to the south, although the property line is in a different location, but they're more or less consistent with the other side, the overall distance between the houses. So I would like to have a little bit more setback, but it doesn't bother me so much as much to refuse the variance too.
So, Ms. Chen, are you against? Do you want to leave variance number 2 as it is, or would you consider? How would it be if we changed it to 0.9?
I would support if we says they increase the setback to I'm not too sure whether that will impact the planning, but yeah, 0.9 seems to be okay. I can support that. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll weigh in. I'm not as fussed about it either. I just need to clarify which lot line we're talking. We're talking about the one that is between the proposal and number 9.
There.
And number 9?
There.
The south, yeah.
Number 9, Ferris.
It's the south side. Yeah, the south side.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. There's a stamp over the north-south thing on mine. But number 9, that's just a side yard. Number 9, it's effectively its backyard is a side yard which is fenced in. So, and they didn't raise any concern. So I'm not as fussed about the separation between the two homes. Yeah, you mean it's not practical, but on the other hand, the proposal's backyard is in behind. The potentially offended home next door hasn't raised any concerns, and their backyard is effectively the side yard. So I'm not as convinced that it's going to be as negative an impact. So I'm sorry,
Okay.
Carl, I'm kind of okay with the side variance.
Mr. Byatt.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chair. I like Larry. I'm not disturbed by the side yard setback on the south side.
I'm sorry. You like what Larry said?
Yes, I do, and I think that the one of the pieces that's very critical is what the forestry folks have said. That I think is somewhat more important with this particular project. That the applicant abide by the forestry direction. In addition to that, the parking pad that they will have, their driveway, be produced using permeable materials. That would be my main concern. That the
So, Mr. Chairman, my motion didn't have a seconder anyway, so
it hasn't got
it can,
to a second.
it can come off of the table and you can get a new motion.
Well, how about, Carl, you reintroduce your motion without the elimination of variance number 2? Would you consider that?
No, I'm not
You
prepared
don't wanna
to
do that.
support it. I'm going to be voting. It sounds as though I'll be voting against the application.
So
Okay.
Chair, I'll step in and move a motion then that Carl can oppose, that we approve this application. Carl very nicely reiterated the forestry condition, so I'd like to parrot the condition that he mentioned.
Very good.
And also, I know the applicant indicated his interest in having permeable pavers in the front for the walkway and for the driveway. I'd like to kind of buttress that somehow. What I did hear the applicant saying he's not even sure forestry would allow that. So yeah, what I'd say is if satisfactory with urban forestry, that the front driveway and walkway be constructed of permeable pavers.
Very good. Okay, is there a second to that motion? It is seconded by Ms. Chan. So Mr. Clay's motion is moved and seconded. Those in favor, please show hands. Those opposed. And let the record show that Mr. Nipfel is in dissent. The motion is carried by a vote of 4-1, and the application is so approved. Thank you.
And that's, sorry, that's with 2 conditions. That's the advisory comment really from forestry and the permeable pavers, not conditions 1 and 2 of
Yes.
forestry. Okay, just 2 conditions.
Okay, that moves us to number 34.
Mr. Chairman, can we clarify that we've got an engineering report here that doesn't apply to this application? Can somebody figure out where it's supposed to go so that it gets attached to the right application?
We're talking number 34 now?
Yeah, no, 33. The very first question I asked of the applicant was about the engineering condition because it didn't appear to apply to him, and it doesn't. But it's an engineering condition for consent on a different property. So can the staff actually figure out where that should go, because it's in the wrong place?
Staff is saying that they will do that. Okay, number 34. 690 to 692 College. Before the committee. Submitted materials, cover letter from agent, a 2020 COA decision, presentation materials from the agent, June 3. There is a community planning report and a transportation services report. And there is correspondence from Mr. Joseph Fuda at 182 Beatrice Street, and he was also registered to speak, but I saw that he left his position about 6:08 p.m. I think you'll find that he's left.
That is true. I can attempt to re-establish contact with this person. Hopefully we can connect after we hear from the agent on this file.
Okay. So let's bring the agent in. I want to know whether Mr. Fuda. I want to know whether Mr. Fuda is with us or not, because that'll determine whether we get a presentation. So.
That person is not with us currently. I've tried emailing them and calling them again, and they haven't been with us since 2 p.m.
Okay. Well. In that case, you're talking about Mr. Joseph Fuda.
That is correct. Yes.
I'm going to leave that alone then, and because I saw him leave about 20 minutes ago. So, at this point, I think he made the decision he had to go. So we'll go and bring in the agent now, Mr. Costa-Derbish, please.
Good afternoon to the committee. Yeah, I'm the agent for 692 College Street. I'm here to make a brief presentation if it's required.
Thank you very much. Good evening to you. And panel members on this application, any requests for presentation or questions? Mr. Clay, go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the description. It says construct a fourth-story addition. The applicant's presentation materials also is talking about a rear second and third-story addition. So maybe we could probably benefit from a quick presentation to give us some clarity about what's actually being proposed here.
Very good. So applicant, if you could just sort of touch on the highlights of...
Carl has a question first.
I had a question as well, and if he's going to do a brief presentation, maybe he could deal with my question at the same time. The only variance I have difficulty with is number 6. I'd just like to know how loading is going to, and garbage collection and so forth is going to take place, because the bylaw requires a type B loading space and there's no loading space provided. So I would find it helpful to know how materials are loaded and removed from the property.
The rear or the front?
It goes out to the front. They keep it inside the building, then they take it out to the street.
Okay, so Agent?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yep.
So Agent, we are requesting a brief presentation, and you may want to address the specific question that was just raised about removal of garbage, for example. So go ahead and make your presentation.
Very good. So the lot area is, the site's located in College Street here, and our area is 385 square meters. We have a frontage of 12.4 meters, and we're currently occupied by a vacant 3-story mixed-use building with commercial at grade and 4 rental units. The official plan designates the area as mixed use, and the zone per zoning bylaw 569, we are commercial residential with 3.0 density, 1.0 for commercial and 2.5 for residential. So the proposal is for 1,213 square feet, and it is a second and third story rear extension as well as a 4th-story addition. So apologies for the inconsistency there. We're having 0 parking or bicycle parking spaces, and we propose an additional 8 units. Now there was already an approved C of A decision for A0211-20 and that was for the same build form, but this application is for predominantly to convert the use to a hotel use, amongst the other variances. So that's the site plan, and then if we go to the next, they're just showing the elevations. And I'm going to walk through the variances quickly. So we're requesting variances for the gross floor area. Currently, our floor for all the uses, we have 3.0 times the area of the lot at 1156 square meters. So our combined floor space index is approximately 3.15. So we do require a slight increase. For required vehicular and parking and loading, the bylaw requires 2 parking spaces for the hotel units. There will be 0 parking spaces and 0 loading spaces. For the minimum height of the 1st story, it's required as 4.5. Our existing condition sees 2.6 meters, so we're keeping it currently as is built. And our setbacks, the building window openings, the main wall must be set back 5.5 meters from a lot that is not adjacent to a street or lane. Our proposed side main walls are approximately 1.17 meters from the east side lot line and 1.27 meters from the west side lot line from the 4th story. And we also require a change to our floor space index. Given that the proposed upper floors are to be hotel use, we require an additional non-residential floor space and a combined FSI of 3.15. So running through the 4 tests, we believe we maintain the purpose intended of the official plan. The addition of the three-story mixed-use building is consistent with the vision of the avenues and mixed-use areas per the official plan. And we're intensifying an underutilized parcel with a more compact urban form. We believe we meet the purpose and intent of the zoning bylaw. The development contemplates a transit supportive density of 3.15 times the area of the lot. And we believe the variants are minor in nature, given that the increased density is so minor and slight. And we do believe this is a desirable use of the lands, given that it's a restoration of the existing commercial building to provide heightened pedestrian experience for that area at grade, and an intensified block, which will help local business through the hotel use.
I'll ask you to make your final comments, and I would ask you in that time if you could address the specific question that was put by Mr. Nipfel about waste removal.
Right, so the waste is to be stored within the building or at the rear of the building, and is to be brought to the front of the front of the property for city waste removal. And we have many precedents in and around the area of other hotel uses that do not have loading spaces. So it's a common condition within the city of Toronto.
Thank you very much.
I would just conclude with that.
Okay, thank you very much. You're precisely 5 minutes. Very good. Okay. Panel members, questions for the applicant now? Any other questions? Mr. Clay?
Generally, I don't have any real difficulties with this application. I think it's a good location for this kind of use. But I did want, maybe I'm old school, but I think of a hotel as being a facility that has a lobby with a reception and all that. Does this hotel conform to what we traditionally think of as that kind of a hotel?
Well, it is more of a boutique style hotel. There are other examples of the similar types of hotels in the downtown area. But we feel that the built form that is being approved is definitely a certain type of boutique style that is being marketed these days. So there is an existing lobby area, but it's not kind of your standardized what you would think of as an old type hotel.
Describe it to us. Describe it to us.
I notice it's suites, so it's suites, like apartment suites. So this is presumably longer term?
This is Craig Fordyce. I'm Costa's boss. So I'm also the architect for the project. So if I could speak to that, is that fine?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So the lobby is not a manned lobby that you would see in a traditional hotel. That's correct. And the suites are not necessarily for long term, although they could accommodate a longer term sort of stay. They would be just for so your typical hotel stay. This is one of where provides for sort of digital access, digital concierge, that type of hotel use. The ground floor will be complementary, sort of retail, potentially, have like a coffee shop, that kind of use is sort of envisioned, that would be complementary to the hotel. And, essentially it's sort of the way hotels are going, in terms of this new sort of format. Minimal staffing,
Yeah, and that's great. So one last question. So just to keep it's a very animated stretch along there along St. Clair. So, CAUL, me. So you would have like a storefront kind of retail use along there as well?
Yeah, so if you look at the drawing that's up on the screen right now, it shows the ground floor plan. And you see the lobby, when you come into the hotel there, and on either side it's flanked by glazed storefronts, which are in keeping with the traditional vernacular. We're bringing actually the front of the building sort of back to, sort of what it was beforehand. It prior to it being a restaurant, sort of club, I think was its previous use. So it'll be a little bit more, sort of traditional in terms of three frontages, 3 doors, accessing the building for the, whatever the retail sort of ends up being on either side, and then the hotel use in the middle, and then we'll be revamping the facade as well, to, as Costa said, to animate it and sort of bring it up to what we think will be an aesthetic that'll be complementary and work well within the area.
That's great. Thanks very much.
Okay. If there are no further questions, we can move into committee for a motion.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
The person that submitted the letter of concern, Joseph Huda from 182 Beatrice, he indicated he had a concern with the, he had a concern with a lot of issues, but he's concerned with privacy overlooking into his garden and backyard and so forth. And with that in mind, I'm wondering whether you'd like to speak to you have decks and patios on the back property. I'm not as concerned as he appears to be, because I was assuming that these were short-term rentals, and therefore they're basically just an outdoor space for getting some air while you're staying in your hotel room. If it's more longer term, then maybe privacy is an issue, and I'd really appreciate the applicant's comments on that relative to the patios and the balconies that are on the back.
Okay, yeah, it's Craig Fordyce again. So in terms of like the built form steps, right? So there are terraces, and we sort of respect the 45 degree angular plane. I believe it's above the 10.5 meters. So in terms of the shorter term stay, I would agree with you. Like in terms of people coming out and sort of getting some air, like from their units, that's pretty much what the intention is here in terms of it being a hotel. The shadowing, I think you had a concern with shadowing as well. The 45 degree angular plane and sort of the existing there's an 1,800 millimeter 6-foot high fence around his property. It's a fairly, there's smaller lots. I don't think that the impact is significant, if any, given the form of the building. I understand his concern relative to the upper floors being closer than they are currently, because there is residential up there right now at the top of the building that'll move closer to his property. But I think that the impact is somewhat minimal in terms of overlook. There's a lot of overlook there anyway, the existing built form that surrounds that and looks to the north.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
Okay. At this point, I think we can take the application into committee for a motion. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In principle, I think this is quite an innovative and very useful kind of project for that neighborhood. College Street in that area is certainly a very vibrant area, and this might add to the vibrancy. So I think it's a very commendable project. I'm not so concerned about the fact that it's not traditional in the sense of traditional hotels. I'm able to support this motion and this application and bring forth a motion for approval. The report by community planning and also transportation services.
So here you froze there for just 2 or 3 seconds. So if you said you were going to bring forth a motion to approve, then you froze for 2 or 3 seconds.
I beg your pardon. And just subject to community planning staff's report and that of transportation services.
Okay.
So here I don't think transportation has any concerns. It's just planning.
I was just looking at.
Did they just say there was no concerns?
They do say given the proposed scale of the construction and site context, transportation is no.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, you're right. They put a condition in that, but my apologies, I'm sorry. I'm happy to second your motion. I like you, I think this is a really positive application. I'm glad to see it coming forward. And I don't have any concerns with it, but I'm happy to second your motion.
Moved and seconded.
Chair, just a quick thing. I too support it. I think it's, you know, wonderful addition to this strip of college. But I wonder, could we just change the purpose of the application to better reflect what they're proposing? Because it overlooked the fact that there's a rear second and third story addition.
Do you want to propose some wording for that?
See, the purpose only talks about a 4-story addition, but it includes a second and third story rear addition. Hello?
We're just processing, Mr. Clay.
Maybe Sylvia could give a suggestion.
We're just doing that, yeah. So your point, Mr. Clay, is that there are additions to both the second and third stories as well.
Yes, and I'm assuming that, you know, they are covered off in any of the variances here. But I think that the description is just inaccurate.
Thanks for catching it. Okay.
How about to alter the existing 3-story mixed-use building, et cetera, by constructing rear second and third story additions and a complete 4th-story addition?
I think that'll do it. Thank you, Mr. Clay, for catching that. So I guess with that, we're actually approving an amended application.
I would just, in terms
wording.
of updating or revising the purpose, I would just kind of keep it as editorial as opposed to an actual amendment. Thank you.
Very good. There is a motion now before us, moved and seconded. All those in favor, please, show of hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion and to approve the application. Thank you very much. Next application is number 35, 269 Euclid Avenue. Here we have applicant materials, cover letter from the agent. There's a revised zoning waiver, revised site plans, June 6. A new cover letter, June 6. And a zoning review waiver from Lauren Boutet, received June 6. There is opposition correspondence from 267 Euclid, 271, and 273. Okay, and just let me check with you, moderator, do we have registered speakers standing by to speak?
Yes, we do.
Let's have the agent join us then, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. My name is Peter Milchin, 296 Mill Road, Toronto, M9C4X8. I am the agent for the applicant. The application before you today is to construct a three-story addition at the rear of the property and extend a third story over the existing two-story portion of the house.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to present your application. Go ahead, we'll start the clock now, please.
Okay. You can hear me?
We hear you clearly.
Okay. Okay, so I'll restart. The purpose of the application is to convert the existing two-story dwelling from one unit into two units by installing a secondary suite in the basement. There will be a three-story addition at the rear, including a rear balcony, and a third-story addition, including a balcony at the front over the existing two-story building, and a new one-story garage at the rear. Mr. Chair, the materials submitted on June 6 indicate that we are proposing to amend variance number 1 that is before you from 1.42 times the lot area and 263.4 square meters to an FSI of 1.21 times the lot area with a GFA of 224.29 square meters.
So we're going to go slowly here for a moment, okay, because we are actually amending the application. So it will now read 1.21 times. And do you mind repeating, please, the square meters?
224.29.
224.29.
We are also amending our application by deleting variance number 3 for building depth. We will be complying with the zoning requirement for building depth, which is 17 meters. We will actually be at 16.97 meters. We have reduced the depth of the building by 2.7 meters on the ground floor, the second floor, and by about 1.3 meters on the third floor, but the third floor was in compliance with the zoning requirements in any case. The building depth appeared to be the most significant concern of the three neighbors that you mentioned earlier. So having considered that carefully, we have eliminated that variance, so we would be in compliance with the bylaw. The remainder of the variances, there is a variance to the side yard setback on the north side from 0.45 meters to 0, which is in line with the existing building as it is. We are also proposing a side yard setback on the south side of 0 as opposed to 0.9. The first 14 or so meters of the existing dwelling, the first 9.75 meters of the existing dwelling, which will be retained, are already on the lot line at the south. So that is not an alteration. And the additional 7.2 meters of the rear addition, they will continue on the south lot line. But the two homes, 269 and 267, will actually be the same depth, dwelling depth. So at the rear, there will be no impact from this addition. The other setbacks relate to the platforms on the third floor, which will be set back 0.2 meters as opposed to 0.3 meters. Our building height at the highest point will be 10.25 meters as opposed to 10. This site does slope, so at a different point we will be over 10 meters, but below 10.25 meters. The front and rear walls are also 10.25 meters as opposed to 7.5 as a result of us providing balconies there rather than sloped roofs and dormers. Then we have several variances that relate to the addition of a secondary suite in the basement.
I'll ask you to make your final comments now, please.
So I respectfully submit that we do meet the 4 tests of the Planning Act, compliance with the official plan, general intent of the zoning bylaw. The variances are minor, and it is desirable development as it's consistent with many other homes in the area.
Thank you very much. Okay. Panel, we have 3 speakers standing by on this application to speak. So do you want to ask questions now, or can we hear from the speakers first and then go to our questions later? Let's do that. Okay, moderator, we'll have the first speaker join us, please.
Herminio, you are unmuted and able to communicate with us.
Hi, I'm actually the eldest son of Mr. Herminio, and he asked me to speak on his behalf.
I'm sorry, you're speaking on behalf of whom?
The owner of the property, Herminio Vasa. I'm his eldest son.
You're speaking in favor of the application?
No, I'm speaking against the application. I'm speaking for my father against the application.
Okay, could you give us your name, please?
So my name is Nando Vasa.
Nando, you're not, I'm going to go back to the moderator. Take over here, please. Would you determine if this speaker is registered?
This person is registered under Herminio and Elena Vasa, speaking in opposition.
Pardon me. Okay. Very good. Okay. Carry on, please.
Okay, so my dad and my mom's concern is with 0.4 of the minor variance, which is going to set the side setbacks at 0. Currently, the existing 2-story dwelling, according to the survey that was submitted on a previous hearing, shows that on the front of the yard, on the front west side, south side, it already exceeds the property line into my dad's property by 0.03, and then on the back side of that existing dwelling, it already exceeds by 0.12. With the continuation of the 3rd story and additions that are being proposed on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floor on the addition, and the 3rd floor on the existing dwelling, we don't know how they're going to address that. According to the drawings that they submitted June 6th, they show on the foundation walls and how they tie in the whole property. It doesn't show any adjustment for these, for the fact that the building's already set on top of my parents' property. And then with all the additional exterior wall surfaces that they want to adjust, some are suggesting that on the drawings that they're going to keep the exterior wall, which is made out of not an aluminum, but a vinyl siding. But then they also show that the 3rd story will be done out of brick veneer, and the dimensions of the brick veneer are different than a siding. And the same goes with the addition on the backside that they're planning to create on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd stories, as well as they previously had 4 windows. 1 is existing. The 1st window, now they've eliminated the 3 windows, but the existing window that is shown in the drawing is now going to be actually moved from its location from the existing building. So that, I don't know how that's going to manage with some
Well, what's
of
the
your,
impact of that on your property?
well, the impact is the fact that if they move the window or address the window. The window is already a fire issue because it's not a fire rated window. And now if they're gonna remove that window and shift it over, what kind of window are they suggesting to put there? Because they're already on top of my parents' property with that wall. So how are they gonna address the fire issue there? That's our concern.
Okay.
And as the last point would be addressing a little bit of the height. I know they're trying to get a little bit above 10 meters. We don't see why they need the extra 0.25, which would put the house at a height level above anything that's on this side of the street, in close proximity.
Okay.
And oh, sorry, one more thing before I finish. On one of the also the drawings as well, on A5 ID A015, it shows the construct of the wall, and again that does not take into consideration the footing that needs to be put, the the weeping tile, all that will now also be on my parents' property. So I don't know how they plan to address it that way. Same thing with the roof line. It shows that the roof line has a protrusion at the top along the wall. And again, like I mentioned, the wall is already on my parents' side. So I don't understand how they're gonna address that fascia and soffit issue with the gravel. There's a lot of dimensions there that once you factor in the spacing and for brick veneer, footings, roof line adaptations for the roof, it all just seems to be going further and further into my parents' property, and they have a big concern with that.
Thank you very much. Any questions for this speaker panel? Not hearing any. Let's go to the next speaker. Moderator?
Hello? Yes.
State your name, please.
Jackie Su.
Very good.
From 271 Euclid Avenue.
Okay, go ahead and address the committee.
Okay, so I submitted the concern letter, and we have some issue with their the building height, and as well as it's 3 full story, even though they have a balcony on the 3rd stories. So we did like a shadow impact study, and then they are blocking all year around sunlight, like creating like shadow to the property, like in the north. And because they submitted revised plans on June 6th, and then I redone the shadow impact study, and it's still creating significant of impact, and according to the table, and then you can see on the document. And the variance, I believe, for the FSI, they are requesting 1.21 right now. I believe that's significant. The reason approved it on the street, 274 Euclid and 306 Euclid Avenue, are like 1.0. And the property that they are comparing with are in the zone 1.0, but we are north of Dundas, so we are in R0.6. So the closest property to compare most relative is 274 Euclid Avenue and 306 Euclid Avenue and 185 Parliament Stone Avenue. And those property, each story will step back and allow to have impact to the neighbor. But because their property right now is the length and then the plus 3 full story, what we see is like whole block of wall, and as well as we get no sunlight at all. We have 7 windows on the side and 5 windows on the back. We get no sunlight all day around, all year around, like except some of the summertime, like according to the table. And we raise up like the concern, and they have not adjusted or like provide any shadow impact like study to us, and I believe that should be refused for the floor space index. They are requested at 1.21, and as well as the sidewalk mean wall height, because we have 7 windows on the side of the property, and that means with their building going for 3-story with this length, they are going to block out majority of the windows. We get no sunlight for all our windows. And our current, the narrow hallway that we own is around 40 centimeters. And since they are already at 0 setback and they want to go with 3-story, I believe like on the 3rd floor, they should have a slope roof and as well as step back for each story so they can leave us some of the sunlight. And I also attached like rest of like the nearby committee of adjustment approvals and similar neighbors because they are using some of the case to compare our apartment style. So like they are condominium zoning, and then some of them are corner lot. They can compare like that. I believe they should compare apple by apple to use a similar lot size, similar that not like similar length of the buildings, and not to impact the adjacent neighbor. Yeah, that is all my point. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Questions for this speaker panel? Okay, hearing none, we'll go back to the applicant, who will have a chance to speak in rebuttal, but only to the issues raised by the speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of the side yard, the existing 1870 dwelling was indeed built slightly encroaching onto the neighbor's property at 267. When the rear wall of the existing dwelling is demolished, that will give us the opportunity to peel some of the existing masonry on the side back as well, and then reset the line for the addition to be on the lot line and not to encroach on top. Some of the technical issues the gentleman raised about weeping tile and footings, since the proposal is to be built to the lot line, the footings will be designed in a way so they're entirely within the lot line, and the weeping tiles will also be on the inside of the footings. There is one existing window in the existing 2-story wall of 269 Euclid. Yes, that window will be moved several feet, but it's currently on the 2nd floor. It will continue to be on the 2nd floor. In terms of Mr. Su and the comments he mentioned, if we were to construct a building completely in compliance with the zoning bylaws, I submit that he would also have some significant shadows onto his property. That's inevitable, unfortunately. I want to point out that the existing 1-story addition at 269 actually is 2.7 meters longer than what we are now proposing for the ground floor. So we're actually removing some of the walls that impose on his rear yard. I know each application is dealt with on its own merits, so I don't like to dwell too much on what others have received in the area. But 185 Palmerston, which is on the same block, has an FSI approved of 1.25, and 219 Euclid, which is on the same block, has an FSI of 1.21. And there are various examples of new construction with 3rd stories. There are examples with 0 side yard setbacks, or certainly side yard setbacks that required variances. So we thought long and hard, and we did find that the complaint about the dwelling depth, that was something that we felt we could do to alleviate for the neighbors, and that's why we eliminated that variance, so it complies with dwelling depth. And that achieved a reduction in FSI as well, which I think is quite reasonable and in keeping with the rest of the community.
Okay,
And
okay, you've actually, you've addressed the issues that were raised by the speakers, which is what the rebuttal is for. So, panel, at this stage, any questions for the applicant? Mr. Clay, then Ms. Chan.
Thanks, Chair. First off, I think it's good when an applicant revises their application to address what is clearly some fairly significant concerns. When I first read this, it really was large, like the depth and the size of the house and the FSI was quite considerable. I'm glad to see it reduced. I have a couple of questions. One, I'll start with one. One of the letters of opposition referred to a previous Committee of Adjustment application and refusal. Now, our package doesn't appear to have anything about that. So I don't know, Mr. Milton, do you know anything about a previous application and refusal on this site?
Thank you, Mr. Clay. I've only been on this file for about a month, but I do know a little bit of the previous history. There was an application last year. It was refused at committee. The applicants appealed that refusal to the TLAB. There is a TLAB hearing scheduled for July on the basis of that previous application. This application before you today as revised is being made in good faith. If this application were to be approved and not appealed, then the applicants would be perfectly happy with this. They are also committing that if there is still a need to proceed with the TLAB appeal in July on the previous application, they will be bringing forward the same revision as you have before you today to that TLAB and eliminating the request for a dwelling depth variance and consequently reducing the FSI as well as you see before you today.
It sounds like you guys are trying to cover all your bases here. So what is the, can you just give us a snippet of what the current proposal in front of TLAB is? I presume it's larger than this?
It's somewhat larger than what this application was originally, and obviously significantly larger than what is before you today in terms of the revisions that I've brought forward.
Okay. We may come back to this. The second, you've answered the depth question that I had. Just going up and down the street along Euclid, can you just give us a little bit of a sense of how the height that you're proposing for this site would compare with the heights of some of the new builds and the larger homes on Euclid? Would it be larger or higher, or would it be in line with some of the 2.5 stories that are along that stretch?
It would be roughly in line. 274 Euclid, which is sort of kitty corner across the street, which is what my clients have modeled their house on in terms of design and aesthetic. It does comply with the height, but it's just below the height requirement. It's a 3-story building, very similar design with the balcony at the front and balcony at the rear. There are a number of examples throughout the neighborhood of dwellings that are perhaps a little bit higher. And certainly there are a number of examples that do actually exceed the dwelling depth that's permitted. So we think this is in keeping with the nature of many of the new builds, as well as some of the existing heritage structures, which are tall, 3-story Victorians.
Let's go to Ms. Chan now, who has a question also. Go ahead, Ms. Chan.
My question is this: you have proposed to eliminate variance 3 and also reduce the FSI. This plan that we in our package reflecting that change already, or are you going to submit some revised drawings?
Yes, we did submit on June 6th a revised set of plans indicating the changes, an updated zoning waiver form reflecting these changes.
Okay, my question is also then in the revised zoning notice, it seems that there's fewer variances. They're not the variances. The number of variances are not. I just get confused which one is we were looking at, and the drawings, because we don't have the benefits of looking at the revised drawings. I'm not too sure how you can achieve the reduction of the depth. Are all the plans going to change, or how?
Yes, all the plans changed to reflect a shorter building and a reduced FSI. The notice that was sent out by the committee.
Let's put up the site plan from the revised June 6th drawings. These are, staff have these, but panel does not. So let's put that
I
up
believe
for the.
through you, Mr. Chair, that the members have them through the supplementary package.
Okay, so we do have these, Ms. Chance, through the supplementary package, but let's put it up anyway, so we have that image to look at.
Good. I just wanted to address the question about the number of variances. So the revised notice, which was mailed out by the committee on May 29th, showed 18 variances. Our revised zoning waiver that was submitted on June 6th shows 17 variances. The difference is the elimination of the variance for the dwelling depth.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying it. Yeah.
Okay. Are there any further questions for the applicant? Let's go then. I am not hearing any, so let's go into committee on this application. And Mr. Knipfel, go right ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I lost connection with the meeting, so I haven't heard most of this presentation. I won't participate in the vote.
Thank you very much for that. We'll show Mr. Knipfel as absent. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Okay, I can give a comment because this the only difficulties I have with the original proposal was the depth. I think it really is sticking out too much, and look at the plan. It's not necessary to have it that deep. So since they already limit that variance, I think this proposal application is supportable.
Would you like to make, anybody like to make a motion?
Unless there are other comments.
Okay, we have
Chair.
Mr. Clay, then Mr. Byatt.
Yeah, no, I'll just reiterate a little bit of what I started out saying before, which was when this proposal was first before us, I must admit I had some fairly significant concerns, particularly with FSI and depth. It seemed a little bit too much house for the lot. But with the revisions that have been brought forward today, I think I'm a little bit more comfortable with it. I look at also the site location. This is in an area peripheral to the downtown. It's close to transit, both north and south on Dundas and College. It's walkable to Trinity Bellwoods and other amenities. It's a really good location to introduce more density. I appreciate the neighbors' concerns about light and shade, but as the agent pointed out, almost at an as-of-right building in terms of height and depth. So I don't think it's going to be dramatically different if they even brought the envelope in. I think it is a supportable application as it's been amended.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Byatt?
Similarly, I think I was glad that the agent has brought forth an amended application. I should hope that that's an indication that they've heard the of neighbors and have taken that into account in their amendments. I think it is a supportable application. And with the amendments, I think I certainly wouldn't have any difficulty supporting and moving a motion to approve this application.
I share that view. I'll look to a panel member for a motion, please.
Chair, I'm happy to move a motion to approve this the amended application. I'm just reviewing to see whether there are any conditions, and I don't see any on the file. So we'll just leave it as approval of the amended application.
Thank you. Ms. Chan, are you seconding? It is seconded by Ms. Chan. So moved and seconded to approve the amended application. All those in favor, please show of hands. And that vote is unanimous to approve the application, and Mr. Niffel shows as absent. So that completes that segment of applications. We have one segment further to go, which we refer to as the 3:30 segment. And I'm going to take a 10-minute break in advance of tackling that final segment. We will resume at 7:30 on the final segment. Thank you. Okay, we resume. And we resume on item number 36, which is 166 Wheeler Avenue. On 166 Wheeler, the committee has before it the copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, elevations submitted by the applicant. And there are 13 form letters in support, signed by owners and occupants on Belfair Avenue and also on Wheeler Avenue. Plus, there is a photograph of a tree on the subject site. So we'll ask the agent on this application to join us, please, by stating your name.
Hello again. My name is Mike De Oliveira. I'm here representing 166 Wheeler Avenue, and I'm with Replacement Design located at 911 Davenport Road. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Okay. Panel members on this application, are there any questions directly for the agent or any requests for presentation? Mr. De Oliveira, I'll just...
Sorry about that. My fiance
Is that a question?
Is it a registered speaker? Yeah.
That's okay. That's okay. You know, we can use that right about now. No question about it.
Sorry.
We understand. We do. Okay. All right.
Sorry about that.
That's just fine. Don't be concerned. Okay. Any questions, panel? If there are none, we can. Is there any single thing, Mr. De Oliveira, that we should know about your application?
I just want to point out that this house already has 3 stories. We're simply redoing the 3rd floor to provide some more usable space due to knee walls and such on that 3rd floor. It's not really possible to have the floor space be very usable. So our intention here is to essentially give more space there, as well as provide the 2nd floor rear addition. And the existing GFA is already over at 0.74, so our proposal to go to 0.85 is relatively small. Also, when you consider 163 Wheeler on the street was approved for 1.29. We're well within other approvals in the area.
Chair, are you muted?
Pardon me. Thanks, Mr. Clay. Is anyone ready with a motion? We can take this application, I think, into committee unless it's, so we're going to committee, and we can go to a motion unless someone has comments. Mr. Byatt, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this application is a very reasonable one. It has no real impact on neighbors at all. I think it's an application that I think I could easily support. So if colleagues have no objection, I'll certainly be prepared to move a motion to accept and I don't believe there are any conditions attached.
Very good. Motion to approve. Mr. Nipfel, you're seconding?
Yes, I'm happy to second that. I'm wondering if, Zaire, would you accept a friendly amendment to put privacy screening on the north and the south edges of the 2nd floor balcony?
Absolutely, no problem. That will be good.
With that, I'm happy to second it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's just give staff a moment to capture that. Okay, thank you.
Very handsome building.
I was going to say the same thing, Carl. I thought it was a really nice design.
Yeah, it's lovely, yeah.
Well, it is moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor, please show of hands. And that vote is unanimous, so the motion is carried and the application is so approved. Number 37, 200 Harvie Avenue. On this application, the only materials before the committee are those submitted with the application. So we'll ask the agent in this case to join us, please, by stating your name.
Well, good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. My name is Eddie Perez. I'm here on behalf of the owners. As you can see, we only have the one variance. It's minor in nature. If you have any questions, free to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I do have a question.
Go ahead, please, with your question.
Yes, on your site plan, or survey plan, can you look at it? In the mid, in your rear yard, there's a label called canopy. What kind of canopy? Is it like fixed a permanent structure?
Yeah, it's sorry to interrupt. Yeah, it's been there for a while. It's existing, and we're not making any changes. The only thing we're doing is we're building on top of an existing veranda, and we're adding a two-story on top of that. We're not projecting anything further beyond what's there already. It's a very minor, small addition that we're adding.
Oh.
What's the surface underneath the canopy?
By questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes,
My
I'm just trying to
computer's going
figure
off
out,
for some reason.
the landscaping is very minimal, and I'm wondering what, I presume all that dotted stuff is soft landscaping.
Yeah, that's
What's
all.
the surface what's the surface underneath the existing canopy?
Yeah, the canopy is just there for the summertime so they can enjoy their evenings outside. It's been there for quite a while. It's not recent. It's been there for a while.
The question is,
And
what
they
is
want to maintain it? That's why we're here before you.
The question
And
is
it's-
different. Excuse me, wait a second. No, the question is, underneath the canopy, what is the ground surface? Describe it.
Well, the ground surface is concrete, but they have some flower pots and stuff like that. But it's a concrete underneath.
And is that what gives you the resulting deficiency? Is that what takes you down to 12% where 25 is required?
Yeah, that's correct. And planning had no comments on it.
Okay, staff, could we put up an elevation to show this canopy?
There's then drawings showing the canopies, only on the site plan. That's why I asked what it is. I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
We don't have an elevation for a canopy. We're only here for the
there's no
small
elevation.
addition at the rear.
So the canopy it's not canvas though, is it? Oh.
No, but it's an existing canopy that was there. The the zoning examiner only put in question the addition. He didn't ask for any drawings for the canopy or such.
Okay, and you're saying you want to keep the canopy because it's already there. It's an existing
Yeah,
condition.
we want to keep the canopy. The neighbors are okay with it. It's been there for years, and it's not impacting anybody.
Yeah, well, the problem with it, of course, is that it's concrete underneath, and
well, they have some flower beds and such underneath.
yeah, the problem, perhaps you're not aware, but the focus on soft landscaping has become quite focused by the city, and it's quite sharp. So the thought is that each property should be doing what it can to absorb water. So,
well, it has a roof above it, correct? So it's not going to get much water there. I don't understand what you're saying about absorbing water underneath the canopy.
I think we're concerned that there's concrete underneath. It doesn't really matter whether there's a canopy there or not. The fact that you have a lot of concrete in the backyard is what's resulting in your lack of soft landscaping, and that's the variance that you're asking us to consider.
That's
so.
correct.
I guess the question we would all have is, is there any opportunity to remove some of that concrete back there to increase the amount of soft landscaping you have?
Yeah, we can increase it a couple percent, 2 or 3%. I can talk to the owners and do that.
It would be helpful to us to know exactly what that percent would be and what you would propose to do, which surface you would propose to remove.
Well, if you put on the site plan.
Let's go back to the site plan, please.
Yeah, put it a little closer up. There's a walkway there. We can add a little bit more in that where it says hard surface there in the bottom portion.
Right.
We can add a little bit more green there.
Okay, what would you propose? How much more would you propose to add there?
We can add another 4 feet because you need room to go up the stairs and all that. So 4 by, say, 1 meter by, say, 2 meters.
So
you're
2
looking
square?
at about 3 square meters.
3 square meters. Okay, so if we can add that, would you be able to make a calculation as to how much that would increase your percentage?
Well, I don't have the paper in front of me because I left the office because I had to go see a client. So I don't have that in front of me. If you can put up the notice that was sent out, and I'll let you know what the percentage is.
Can you read that?
Yeah, so if we add 3%, I mean 3 square meters, so we'll be asking for 14.5, right?
Right.
Okay, if you can go back to the site plan so I get the lot area.
Before you do that, can I ask a question that will affect your calculations?
Yeah.
Can you go back to that area that you're talking about? Can we show that on there? Okay. You need a walkway at the base of that wood landing. And that wood landing, I'm suggesting that wood landing is probably less than 3 feet across. It's probably 2 feet something across. If you were to put a walkway just from the base of the stairs to the canopy, you could put landscaping then on the area between that walkway and the property line. Alternatively, you could have a walkway that went along the back of the house and then extended into the canopy. You want to get access to the canopy, in which case you could increase that area that's got where you have proposed soft landscaping. You can increase it a lot more than 3 square meters, and you'd still have the ability to access the area under the canopy and still access the wood landing. So I would encourage you to think of something a little larger than 3 square meters. It seems to me you need walkways and I'm sorry, I don't know which direction north is on this drawing, but you need it on the adjacent to the house and then at the south limit of the canopy. And the extra area could go to landscape. So, okay, so it's on the east and the south. So you need a walkway that goes east to join the stairs, and then you need one that goes along the south area of that thing that says existing hard landscape. And the area that it's in the middle is left over, that could go to soft landscaping. And that would be larger than 3 square meters.
Yeah, from looking at it, we can probably get about 5 square meters from what you're saying. So
okay, that's better. Thanks.
We can add 5 square meters to what. So then the total will go up. It's going to be closer to the 25%.
Okay, we'll let you do the square meterage calculation on that. We need those two things. So we're now looking at, you'd be looking at 17% of the rear yard, and that square meterage would amount to, you work that out.
Rear yard is going. That gives you an extra 4%. It's about 4.7%.
I think we're gonna need the square meters too.
We need the square
Yeah,
meters
we can
also.
we'll add 5 square meters more. So instead of 11.47, we're gonna go with, we'll make it 16.47.
1647 be the square meterage, and the 12, the number 12 becomes
What do you mean, the
12%
number?
becomes what?
The percentage?
The percentage, please.
The percentage becomes 15.37 square meters.
It's getting smaller. I thought you.
No, we have 11. We're proposing 11.47, correct?
No, right now you're at 12%. You're at 12% now. 25 is required. You're at 12%.
Yeah, we're at 11.5 meters. I'm saying the percentage.
No, 11.5 meters squared is your area.
No, I understand, but I'm saying the square meters is going to go to. $16.3 square meters.
What is the percentage? There's a new percentage here too. The percentage also changes.
Yeah, can you just go back to the site plan for a second? I'll divide that into the. So it's 16.3. It'll be 15.8%.
15.8 is the new percentage. Okay. That is how we're amending your, that is how you are amending your minor variance request.
That'll be fine,
Thank you. Okay. Panel, if there are any other questions for the applicant, fine. If not, let's take it into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Bayat.
I did have a question actually earlier, but I didn't want to interrupt the calculation. This is the only variance that you're requesting, and you're proposing to build on top of an existing structure.
That's
So
correct.
what is it? What's triggering the soft landscaping variance? Because you're building on top of an existing structure.
Yeah.
It's not touching the existing landscape.
Yeah, it's because we had stairs that were going down from the veranda, and now we're adding that little landing and then the stairs. So that's what's clicking it in.
So it's the stairs that are actually causing this.
Before it was just stairs. Now we added the little landing to get off of the addition, because you can't have just stairs according to code. You have to have a landing because it's more than 3 steps.
Yeah.
So that's what's clicking it in.
Good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go into committee and move to a motion, please. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yeah, I congratulate everybody. We tried, and then we did gain something here. And after the amendment, I think I can support this application. And if there aren't any comments, I'd like to move for approval.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded by Mr. Nipfel. Pardon me. As amended. So moved and seconded to approve the amended application. All those in favor, please show hands. And that vote is unanimous. The motion is carried and the application is approved. The panel moves along to item number 38, 127, GLENLAKE Avenue. Okay. Now, this is all I've got on GlenLake. I think there might, is there more than this on the materials? It looks like this slipped through the printer wrong or something, because it's just the one line. Okay. This is just the correspondence in concern, so okay. If you would, please. I'm going to ask staff to read in the materials. 38, for item number 38, which is 127 GlenLake.
Very well. Item 38, 127 GlenLake Avenue. The committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of property trees, Committee of Adjustment FSI map prepared and received on the 31st of May. Comparable item prepared by the by John Romanov, received on the 31st of May 2022. A solar study analysis, a roof comparative design, both submitted on May 31st, 2022. Email correspondence from community planning, transportation, and engineering coordinators as well. 2 letters of support, one from 243 Indian Grove, 2 form letters in support from the occupants of 219 and 243 Indian Grove, and 1 correspondence in opposition from 134 GlenLake Avenue.
Thank you, moderator, for helping me on that. Appreciate it. Okay, let's have the, moderator, do we have 3 speakers standing by registered?
We have all but 1 registered speaker. The speaker in opposition, the second one, I've tried to reach out to them and they are not able to communicate with us currently.
Okay, so we'll ask the agent to join us now, please, by stating your name.
Romanov, agent and architect.
We missed the first part of that, so please repeat your name.
I'm sorry, John Romanov, agent and architect.
Very good. Okay, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the committee. Please go ahead.
Okay, as the notice depicts, we're looking at converting a 1-story single-family residence into a 2-story duplex. The single-family residence currently has 2 internal garages. The duplex will also have the same 2 internal garages, and we're also proposing roof terraces for each of the duplex dwelling units. The existing, if you wouldn't mind going to our presentation, starting with sheet A00. So the existing structure is a 0 lot line on the north boundary, which is the front yard, a 0 lot line on the east boundary next to the laneway, and a reduced rear yard setback as existing. We're maintaining all 3 of those wall surfaces in the proposed renovation. So we're not changing any of the current setbacks that are in variance. The addition that we're doing is to the top, and also a small addition to the west side. The west side addition is not in variance for setbacks. So the majority of the setback variances, items 1 through 9, and 14, 15, and 16 relate to the position of the existing building on the site. Items 10 and 13 relate to the existing garage condition. I think that unless you want me to go through those all individually, or is that?
No, that's not necessary. It's your presentation. What we want to understand, help us understand your proposal.
Sure. So I think item number 11, there was some perhaps some misconception around item number 11. We have a presentation that shows the 2 different roof depictions. So the sidewalls, the sidewall heights of the building are in compliance. And the height of the building is in compliance at 10 meters. So the variance for the eave height comes from the fact that we don't have a sloped roof starting at the 7.5 meter eave height, both on the south elevation and the north elevation. So if you look at the far left-hand side of that drawing, you see the front elevation at top with a flat roof at 7.5. Then the wall steps back to a flat roof at 10 meters. The lower portion of that drawing depicts the same building, but with a sloped roof going from the eave height to the 10 meter level. And then on the side elevations, the next panel over, I think is probably more evocative. So you can see that the pop-up flat level area of 10 meter height is at the same position in both depictions. The only difference between the two of them is that in the lower level drawing, you have a sloped roof that goes from 7.5 to 10 meters, whereas we're going 7.5 flat and then up to 10 meters. And that triggers because it's a flat, or it's a vertical facade that goes from 7.5 to 10 meters. The zoning takes that as being the front wall of the building. The rationale for doing what we're proposing is to reduce the mass of the building, in our view, by taking away those triangular sections of roof that would be, in fact, casting more shadow towards the western portion of the site. And as well, it allows us to put green roof areas on the front and the back of the house at the 7.5 meter elevation. Both depictions show the roof terrace, and they would be the same in either event. Just a note on the roof terrace. So the variances for the roof terrace, again, are in relationship to the north and south facades with the setbacks, and also to the east elevation, which is adjacent to a laneway, existing laneway. The setbacks to the west boundary are in compliance with the zoning bylaw. And we've also provided buffering to the sides of the roof terrace by portions of the building that poke up. On one side is the stair elevation, or the stair access point that pops up. And then on the other side is the other side of the duplex that acts as a access to the roof terrace. As I mentioned, the parking in the garage not being off the laneway is an existing condition coming in at the front of the building. Item number 17 also relates to parking. So there's a variance that we're looking for from the width of the parking requirement. The parking stalls actually meet the minimum parking requirement of 2.6 times 5.6. However, because we have a solid wall on each side of the parking stall, we're required to have a 0.3 additional meter added onto that. So that's where that variance comes from. If we didn't have the walls, of course, we would be over the required parking size. And then number 12, which is the FSI. So with going to the duplex to obtain space that we can.
I'll ask you to make your final comment now, please.
Okay, so 1.21, I think we've shown that it's at least 50 other projects within the neighborhood recently were given that approval. And I would say that this project is meets the planning directives that planning is now looking at as part of the missing middle option, looking at densification within existing neighborhoods, looking at taking single families to duplexes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Clay, you want to go with questions now? And Mr.
Yeah,
Nitzler?
just for clarification before we get into the other speakers, the FSI, do you know what the current FSI is? I mean, the addition you're proposing is fairly modest. So, do you know the existing FSI?
Not off the top of my head. I could calculate that for you and get back to you. It's over what's allowed.
Yeah, so if you could, and maybe you could circle back on that.
No problem.
Thank you.
Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the roof plan, where the roof terraces are shown, it's labeled as open roof. Did I understand that the area that's labeled as open roof will be a green roof?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the speakers. Moderator?
Donna, you have been unmuted.
Hello?
Donna, are you there? You have been unmuted.
Yes, I am. I
Great.
am here.
Great.
State your name, please. You can now join the committee.
Thank you. My name is Donna Samoilov. I live across the street from the 17 minor variances that Mr. Romanoff is proposing, and I object to this entire project as it happens. I went through all the variances and what's planned, and here's what I'd like to say. And I'm referencing, by the way, the numbers, the page numbers down in the lower right-hand corner. The image on page A0.00, the top page, and on page A2.1 show 2 garage doors and 2 man doors on the north-facing basement wall. I can't see how there'd be enough room under current bylaw requirements, even if the width of the building were stretched from east to west to the very edges of the lot. Yet no doors appear on the plans for the splitting of that house. Second, the existing driveway is too short and for today's vehicles. For example, at various times recently, a van and a pickup truck have parked at an angle in front of 127 GLENLAKE, but obstructed the sidewalk anyway. The architectural drawings call for less setback than at present. That's a hazard for pedestrians, especially for the hordes of kids and dog walkers who pass by all the time. It's already hazardous for me when I have to use my walker. Third, A2.1 and A4.6A both show the bottom half of the garage doors are to drop below grade. The driveway will slope towards the building. There's a basement under the driveway shown in the plans. I think that's a bad idea all around. Fourth, none of the applicant's composite images includes the bright big yellow post at the corner of the garage behind 82 Indian Road Crescent. That post went into the ground after a garbage truck damaged that garage wall. It's already tricky enough for various vehicles to access that laneway. The trash trucks have to go all the way down for better than half of the houses on Indian Grove south of there. And if this application is approved as is, it would make a narrow laneway even more difficult to negotiate. Think about the winter time. Finally, during neither of the 2 fires I have witnessed from my front windows has a fire services vehicle managed to maneuver into that laneway when it would have helped. If a fire truck couldn't get into the laneway before, it won't be able to now, should this application be approved. Even if you believe that this sort of architecture has a place in the neighborhood I've lived in for half a century, a sunken basement level plus 3 stories is way too much house for the lot. And this has just come up because I've been listening to other presentations. With all the concern I've heard today about soft landscaping, I have to wonder where the soft landscaping is for this place. That's it.
Thank you very
End
much.
of rant.
Thank you. Panel, anyone with questions for this speaker? No. Let's go on to the next speaker.
David Schumacher, you have been unmuted. Are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you clearly.
Great, great. Hey, thank you very much, and thanks for the extended session that you're all putting in. Commendations to you, and I'll try to keep it brief so we can wrap it up as soon as possible.
Please, just for the record, please, and thank you for that, but please state your name.
David Schumacher is my name. I live at 245 Indian Grove, the former address of 127 GLENLAKE, which was parceled off some years ago as the carriage house, as I understand it. In any case, I have some concerns about this project. I've reviewed the documents, and a couple that sort of tweaked my interest were well, first the arborist report, or the tree study. That document, and as well as the renderings, by the way, and so forth, that characterize the tree. This, I think it's a Manitoba maple tree that we have. The location of the tree and is incorrect. It's off by several decimeters at least, and I believe it's within 1.8 meters of the foundation that they're proposing. Beyond that, the radius of the tree, or the diameter, I believe, is 29.1 plus centimeters, which is just shy of the 30 centimeter cutoff. And the thing that concerns me there is that measurement was taken like in the winter time, and those photos were taken in the winter time. We permitted them to take a picture and everything like that, and that's fine, but I take issue with the representations made as far as what was learned there, because the reason it concerns me is this isn't just some random thing. The tree would have to be pruned at least 50% of the top of the tree, the branches and leaves, and then God knows with the root ball, how. So the tree is going to end up being basically a write-off. So I'm glad they're building a green roof there. Apparently, I don't know how much, what's going to happen with that. But the other thing that I'm concerned about is the shadow study, because he provided a shadow study that seems to be of zero value. I did a little bit. I wanted to find out how many hours of sunlight we would lose. We have a garden, we have a window. I provided a letter that you didn't enunciate, that you didn't introduce into the minutes. So I want to make sure that you do have our letter from 245 Indian Grove. And and hopefully you can confirm that that is the case, because your representative, Billy, said that it had been received. The other issue is the shadow. So according to my calculations, based on looking at sunrise times and angles and so forth, we would lose several hundred, or well over 100, if not hundreds of hours of direct sunlight over the course of a year. And 2/3 of the year, over 200 days out of the year, we would have some diminution of our sunlight. So I just don't understand why we need to build this big of a house. It's just grandiose. It's too much house. So as far as I'm concerned, variance 12 is just no. There's no good explanation. The privacy problems with the balconies, there's platforms, there's architectural features. I didn't get all of these documents. I went and downloaded every single document that was available at the information center online. And not only could I not find my document, but I could not find any of these pictures of the hidden basement suite and so forth. And as far as I'm concerned, I couldn't see any measurements that were, horizontal measurements on those drawings that had been submitted, as far as what the distance was to the property line and to the fence on that property line. So based on the fact that I think that at least the shadow study and arborist report are demonstrably of questionable veracity, I think that I call into question the entire rest of the submission and all the other assertions in it. And I wonder what due diligence the committee has done, or if it plans to do some due diligence on this, because to me, it just seems like too much. Like it's just an obvious no. But that's me. And let me introduce the better half with the better points, my wife, Lala Wood.
Yeah, I
I'm
didn't
sure,
know how much time I have
you'll
left,
need to
yeah.
make your final, you're now at 4 minutes and 44 seconds. You need to make your
Yes,
final
yes.
comment now, please.
Basically, this is an older, leafy, pitched roof house type of neighborhood. This very tall, wide, massive, modern proposed structure with its rooftop terraces squeezed onto a very small lot, carriage house size lot, will affect the flow and harmony and feel of the neighborhood, and in particular, our block.
And I would also say that the two people who wrote letters in support, neither one is a resident of within, I would imagine, at least 100 meters. The guy at 243 is the landowner who's currently doing construction on it. He's never resided here.
Okay, thank you for that. And I did want to comment to you that the letter from David Schumacher and Lala Wood from 245 Indian Grove was received on June 1st, 2022, and that was read into the record earlier in the application. So it was read in, it was received, and it was read into the application. Okay, panel members, any questions for this speaker or these speakers? Hearing none. Okay, hearing none, we'll go back to the agent, who will have a chance to speak in rebuttal. And the agent, we'd ask you to speak to the matters that were addressed by the speakers.
Sure, I can. I guess I'll address the shadow study and the concern of the neighbor about shadowing. So our study is based on City of Toronto standards for doing shadow modeling. We use a computer modeling system that does the shadow studies. We've done it at the winter solstice, summer solstice, and spring solstice. And we did it at 9 a.m., 12 p.m., and 5 p.m. And basically, the shadow studies indicate that there is no additional shadow on the neighbor who just spoke and on his rear yard, except during the time of the, at 9 a.m. in the summer solstice, there is a portion of shadow that does creep into his rear yard, but does not go up to the house. Similarly, in the at 9 a.m. In spring as well, there is a small area that creeps up into the backyard, but does not touch the house. So, I mean, I can't really comment about his shadow studies. I don't have any information on where he gets his numbers from or how he produced that time frame. But all I can say is our shadow studies show that there is no immediate impact on his rear yard or ever touches his house. As far as the height goes, the height of our house or our proposal is within the 10-meter height restriction. We're looking at a 2-story with a walkout terrace. The house adjacent to our west side is a full 2-story house with a partial 3rd story. The rear yard of that house is the same depth as the rear yard of our house. Their deck is the same depth as our deck. So in fact, they have the same variances or legal non-conforming issues as our site does in terms of the rear yard setback and deck applications. I think that, again, just over 1 times coverage. There's over 50 applications, as I noted, on our submission within the general area of this site. I don't think that 1.1 times coverage is overly aggressive currently within the planning regime of City of Toronto, and looking at housing densities and so on. And again, I think that presenting a duplex into this neighborhood, which is an allowable use, does go along with planning's push to get more density within neighborhoods designations. And again, the setbacks for the front, the driveway length, the back slope on the driveway that's all as is, and there is no back slope on the driveway, by the way. It slopes out towards the street. The width of the lane is the width of the lane. We're not adding onto that side of the house either. So all three sides where we have variances for setbacks are existing. We're not compromising any of that existing condition. The only area that we're adding on to horizontally is to the west, and we're within the setback requirements along that facade. Unless there's any other questions, I think.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go now to the panel. The panel may have some questions for you. We'll start off with Ms. Chan, followed by Mr. Clay.
Just a really quick question, just a confirmation. There's a mention of arborist report. I cannot see it anywhere. Have you submitted an arborist report?
Well, I think it was perhaps misnamed within the committee paperwork. There's a report that was done. We measured the tree and located the tree. There's some pictures of the tree, dimensioning of the tree. It's noted as an arborist report in your package, or it should be on the Committee of Adjustment. That's it.
Oh, okay. This is additional. There's some information about the trees, right?
Yes.
I see.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
because I
this-
cannot find an arborist report. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Clay?
I'm going to just circle back to the FSI question. I wonder if you've had a chance to do that calculation.
Yes, sorry, it's 0.69, the existing house.
Okay. Just looking at the front facade, and it's currently a peaked roof. So how would the height of the new structure compare with the height of the peak on the existing structure?
So the top of the second floor, it would be approximately at the same level as the peak. What would be going up higher than that would be the access to the roof terraces. There is actually partial second floor in that that roof structure, but there's no windows into the roof. Yes, that's a
Mr.
partial
Byatt?
second floor.
Okay, and Mr. Byatt has a question.
Just a question with regard to the driveway. I'm looking at the site plan. I don't see, basically I just see the width of the driveway indicated. No indication of what materials are going to make up are going to be used for the driveway. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yes, it's actually an existing driveway. It's currently asphalt.
Any intention to replace it with permeable materials?
We certainly can do that.
Thank you.
The only thing that, yeah, I think that would be fine. The driveway is fully within the boulevard, city-controlled boulevard, but I presume that they wouldn't have a problem with us doing that.
Okay, thank you.
Just a second on that. Let's just, staff has a thought.
That would be up to Transportation Services.
So that would be up to Transportation Services to determine whether they wanted to go with that or not. Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first speaker, Donna Samoilov, I've mispronounced her name, I'm sure, raised concerns that the perspective drawings indicates two entrances into the man doors into the building on the front, and she didn't see them in the plan. Could we go to the proposed basement plan? Yeah, back one. Perhaps for her benefit, you could show her those two entrances. I can see them. The only comment that I would make, she raised a good point that there doesn't seem to be enough room for them. If you look at the one on the left-hand side, there, where the doorway is, there doesn't appear to be enough space there to walk out of the door. It's a narrow space because it's blocked by the stairway on the outside.
Yeah.
It's not a big point on this one, but I just think that she's right, it's pretty tight there, but because I don't think she's read the drawings correctly, maybe you could explain to her how those entrances work.
Sure. They're not actually entrances, they're windows. The entrances are from the east and west side of the property.
Okay, so they're just floor to ceiling windows and
That's
the main
correct.
entrance is on the side.
Correct.
Okay, that explains a lot then. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I would note, just reviewing your rendering, that same speaker questioned whether a car would be able to fit in there. Your rendering has a pickup truck that actually is parked out over the sidewalk.
Yeah, the the setback to the from the sidewalk to the front of the house, I believe, is just over 5 meters.
So it just doesn't look like a pickup truck, for example, would fit in there.
Well, you could fit it if it touched the garage door, but I mean, that's why we have garages to park inside. I think, you know, the rendering probably shouldn't be rendered with a pickup truck perhaps, but in any event.
Probably a bad choice that you put in the rendering.
But would the pickup truck's width actually be able to enter into that garage?
Yeah, the garage doors are 7 feet wide.
Okay. Any further questions for the applicant? If not,
No
we can
question, but if I may make a comment.
go ahead.
Thank you. I personally, I think it's a very interesting design, very innovative. It may not be in keeping with what is traditionally found along that street, but I think this is quite an interesting way to address the needs that we currently have as far as housing is concerned. With regard to the pickup truck, I personally find it quite strange that city dwellers have pickup trucks that are twice the size of anybody's need, but that's my personal perspective. So, you know, that doesn't concern me. I certainly do not see anything within this particular application that I find that I could not support.
Thank you. Okay. Well, we're going to go into, let's take the application now. And if there are no further questions, let's take the application into committee. And Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to make a few comments. I am also in support of this project because actually I think that I find that it's very innovative, very creative to use existing structure and just adding to it, so and also making it into two units. And I appreciate the applicant has been working with the planning department. As you look at their email exchange, that actually a lot of the issues, for example, the rooftop terraces being set back and all, they also are satisfied with that. And I find this actually a great improvement of the existing structure, and I have really no problem with the proposal.
Mr. Clay.
Oh,
Yeah,
the last thing I want to, sorry, one more point I want to say is that a lot of these variances are triggered by the existing conditions.
I would agree with both of my colleagues. I would add that you look at the slope and the grade of this location, and it actually mitigates the height issue a little bit because it slopes upward into the rear and upward as well towards the east. So I don't think the fact that it is a little high is really an issue because of those two factors. I'd also point out that this is gentle density in a location that is about a less than 5-minute walk from the Kiel subway station. Again, you know, proximate to high order transit and High Park and a commercial strip along Bloor Street. So these are, again, the kinds of locations where I think additional density makes sense. So I too can support this one.
Mr. Nipfel, yes.
I guess I'm going to join the band. I think this is a very clever solution. I'm glad to see the architect's imagination in providing for two very habitable spaces within the building form. The decks at the top, I think, are not a problem in large part because of the green roof that he's added on both sides. I think that we need to call that out in any condition of approval, that it's not just an open roof, but it's a green roof. I agree with my colleagues. I think this is a commendable application. I have no trouble at all in supporting it.
And I am with you on that viewpoint. So I'll look to someone for a motion, please. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Pardon me. I'd like to move a motion to approve the application. I do not believe there are any conditions attached to this one.
Is there a second to that motion? It is Mr. Nipfel who seconds. So
could I make a friendly amendment, suggest a friendly amendment? I think we should call out the roof plan, that the area that's known as I have to find the drawing now. The area that's just referred to as a roof is in fact a green roof. And I think we should say that. So it's drawing, if you hold on, I'll find it for you. It's drawing number, it's drawing number A15. It's the, sorry. It's the proposed rooftop terrace plan that subject to the roof area or the, what is it called? Open roof. The area denoted as open roof being provided as a green roof.
okay, and
And the applicant indicated that that was his intention. It just doesn't say that on the drawings.
okay. So your reason for putting that in there is to ensure that it happens. Okay, fine. Okay.
Well, because it provides a really good buffer as well as providing some environmental protection.
Oh, we want to ensure that it happens. I agree completely. Very good. Okay. Is that amendment okay with you, Mr. Byatt?
Perfect, thank you.
And so it is moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor, please show hands. And that is a unanimous vote to approve the application. And
Do you want to tie the approval to the Plan A 1.5 that the open area roof or the areas depicted as open roof are the green roof areas?
I think that's probably a good idea, Mr. Niffel, to tie it to. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Thank you.
Very good. The application is approved. We move on to number 30. Number 39, 572 to 574, Spadina Avenue. And on this application before the committee, we have the following. There's a copy of Plan 66R 21362. Copy of materials submitted. There's a revised site plan, floor plans and so on, received May 31st. Cover letter from Graham Barrett from SGL Planning, received May 31. And there's a planning rationale from the agent, received May 31. There is commenting, or there are commenting reports from Development Engineering, from Strategic Initiatives, Policies and Analysis, from Transportation Engineering at Transportation Services, and also from another one from Strategic Initiatives, Policies and Analysis, dated September 30, 2021. In support, 6 form letters from addresses on Spadina Avenue. In opposition, correspondence from 578 Spadina, another from 578 Spadina Unit 1, and another from 578 Spadina Unit 4. And also correspondence has been received in concern from Rico Fuentes on June the 2nd. So checking with you, moderator. We have, how many speakers standing by in opposition?
We have two registered speakers standing by, and we have a third who is in opposition but has who is not speaking, although they are registered should they wish to speak.
Okay. Thank you. Okay then, let's have the agent join us.
Hello.
Hello, please state your name.
Hi, it's David Riley from SGL Planning and Design.
Very good. Hello.
Hello.
Mr. Riley, you have 5 minutes to make your presentation to the panel, and we'd ask you to, highlight the parts that help us understand the application. You don't need to go through the variances just reciting them, but help us understand the application and what you're trying to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will do that, given that I've got 3 applications to summarize in 5 minutes here. So I'll do my best here. As you know, these are applications for consent and associated minor variances for 572 and 574 Spadina. So the proposal is to sever the lot and convert each of the multi-unit buildings into 3-story, 7-unit buildings. And this is going to be achieved by constructing rear 3-story additions with decks on all levels and front porches with 2nd-story balconies. No rental units will be removed and no unit types will be changed in the building. And once renovated, each dwelling, each half of the semi will have 7 one-bedroom apartments. So let's talk about the consent first and just give some background on this. So right now, the site has a 2.5-story semi-detached multi-unit building. So it functions completely separately as 2 properties, 572 and 574. There's no connection between the 2 properties other than that they're owned by the same person. Because of this, we do believe that the properties were once separate, but we've gone back in title search for a very, very far in the past and couldn't prove that they were once separate. So that's why we can't bring this forward through a technical amendment, and we're coming through forward this full consent application to separate the properties straight down the middle, reflecting the current function of the site. So no different than any other semi-detached dwelling building that would exist in the city. And I also want to talk about heritage. So before getting into some of the detail about variances, the site is located within the Harvard Village Heritage Conservation District. So the applicant and the designer worked together with Catherine Naismith, who's an architect with considerable experience and expertise in heritage rehabilitation, to arrive at the proposed design for the front elevations of each dwelling. And Ms. Naismith also prepared a heritage impact statement for review. This was reviewed by heritage planning staff at the city. It concluded that the proposal is in character with the existing dwelling, earlier houses along Spadina Avenue, and this includes the 2-story decks or porches that you see at the front, and that's proposed, and that the proposal is in conformity with the HCD guidelines. So all of this was done prior to our application being submitted, which is before you today, and heritage planning staff, as a result, is supportive of the proposal. So now let's talk about housing. So we worked a lot with the city's Strategic Initiatives Policy and Analysis Department, or SEPA, to arrive at where we're at today. So we actually filed an application years ago, before the pandemic, which proposed 10 units. And they were not in favor of this because essentially with the consent, this would create 5 units in each half, which then would remove the city's ability to control the tenure on each half, because it would be less than 6 units. So we actually went back to the drawing board and, once after the pandemic, resubmitted this application with 7 units in each dwelling, which SEPA was supportive of, as long as we maintained the unit mix, which was all 1 bedrooms. And we satisfied SEPA that we did not need any rental housing demolition or conversion permit applications. And I think here is the March 15th email that says that they have no concerns about the proposal. So quickly on the minor variances, a number are required. Generally, it's the same variances required for each half, except that for 572, you have the variances are a little bit greater in scale because the property is smaller with respect to setbacks, floor space index, and that's because of the rear lot line goes on an angle. So for 572, 3 additional variances are required. But the neighborhood is made up of a very interesting variety of built form with university buildings along the east side of Spadina, the Daniels building, of course, in the middle of Spadina Crescent, and generally well-maintained, mostly multi-unit Century homes along the west side of Spadina. You even have a property to the north, which is where some of the opposition comes from at 578 Spadina, which is over 40 meters in depth, which is directly adjacent to the property.
I must ask you to make your final comment now, please.
Absolutely. So, I mean, generally, without having gone through all the variances in detail, as I did not have time, I really just wanted to say that the site is more than capable in accommodating the proposed increase in density. We're very close to transit, very close to the university here, in a way that we've satisfied working with all of the city departments involved, particularly Heritage and SEPA, and also community planning staff. So I'm happy to answer any other questions with respect to any of the variances or what's proposed here.
Thank you very much. Okay, again, panel, do you want to ask questions now, or shall we hear from the registered speakers? Ms. Chan?
I just have a very quick questions. I understand the proposal. I understand the number of units. I still can't understand the reason for the severance. Rather than just separate it into 2 independent properties, you can still. I don't understand the reason.
So the reason, it's not really a planning reason, it's more of a financing reason for the owner to have the properties separated. And if they were, one of the things why SEPA wants this more than 5 units, or more than 5 units within each half, is if one was sold, for example, it would still need to be maintained as rental housing according to the city's policies. So it just kind of protects that, given that we are doing that. But the owner intends to still maintain and keep both halves. But it's really just a financial reason why the severance is important.
Well, thank you very much, because I did not know. I did not see it that way. Yeah, thank you. It was a good explanation. Yeah.
It is. Yes, thank you. Okay, then we'll go now to the first registered speaker in opposition. Moderator?
Rahat Malik, you are unmuted and are welcome to join us.
Thank you very much. My name is Rahat Malik. I'm resident of Unit 4 at 578 Spadina Avenue.
Good evening. Tell us about the impact of this on you and why you're in opposition to it.
So there is a letter that I have sent, and I would request if that be put on the screen. I want to show the tabulations of the variances. So if you go to the last table first. Last page, please. Thank you. Last page. So this is a comparison of the variances that are deemed as minor variances. And I've, over the last 4 hours while waiting for my turn, have observed that variances to a much lesser degree have been challenged. So as a matter of fact, if you look at the 2 units which are tabulated, the 9 units between the 2 units, 2 properties are being converted to 14, and that's one part of it. The permitted depth is almost double of what it is. So from 14 to 23.56 meters, and similar for the other. The maximum permitted floor space index, which is the permitted is 1, is 2.28. And earlier I heard a lot of contention around 1.2 and 1.25. Then go down further, we have maximum permitted. The biggest concern is maximum permitted height of side exterior wall. Permitted heights, depending on which unit it is, are 7 and 9.5, which are now being increased to 12.5 meters. Now, I also heard significant comments about too much volume for the lot. This, I think, would be a multiple of that. And this is exceedingly large volume on this space. We are adjoining, and I, as a resident of number 4, would be the worst affected. This building will project shadow on my property. It will severely impact the use of the space that we have. Besides that, there are other impacts, such as the ability to there are some, like, for example, view of certain landmarks which are associated with my property, the CN Tower and the skyline, that will be blocked. And this will be a massive construct at the back of the 572-74, which will be imposing right on Unit 4 and the entire 578 townhouse complex. So that basically is, in my view, the biggest issue, that the volume that is being proposed is way disproportionate to the size of the lot. And I'm sure there are support letters from the 6 agencies that I heard, but the volume that is being created by this is absolutely not in keeping with the property. The agent commented about 578 Spadina. Yes, it is a larger property, double the lot size, and it has a profile that is much lower than what he is proposing. So so my request would be that the whole development has to be reconsidered, particularly the height of the property at the rear, which is currently 1 story, and it will not only be extended by about 6 to 8 meters beyond that, but that will become 3-story, and that will become a complete blockage on 578 Spadina and Unit 4. So that's basically my comments on the matter.
Thank you very much. Any questions, panel? No? Then we'll go on to the next registered speaker. Moderator?
Good evening. My name is Robert Doyle. Can you hear me?
We hear you very clearly, Robert. Yes. You tell us about the impact of this and the reason for your opposition to it.
First, I have to commend you. I've only been on for 4 hours. I don't know how you could possibly do this for 11 hours, so I'm amazed. If you could pull up the location map, because I don't want to repeat what Rahat has said, but I do want to sort of focus a little bit differently. If you can zoom in there, okay, so immediately to the north of the subject property, you can see 578. And to put it in perspective, 578 is a 1870s house in the front. And I think virtually identical in style to 572, 574. I wouldn't be surprised if the same builder built at the same time. You can then see 2 L-shaped structures behind that, which is units 4 and 5, which is Rahat and myself. And the sort of first part of that L is a 2-story. The second part is 1 story with a rooftop patio, and then the rooftop patio, and then the 2 stories. So my issue really has to do with the massing here, and you have to appreciate that just to the south of this structure, you'll see 562, 564, 568, which is on Spadina Crescent, and that too was a 2.5-story. And by the way, everything along Spadina that you see here are 2.5 stories with 2-story additions in the rear. Not that many years ago, a renovation was approved for 56246, which extended rearwards and added a 3rd story. So what you now have here is a wall, and if you go to the more detailed site plans, you'll see the gap between those 2 buildings is probably only 3 meters or less. And that, you know, essentially now we're in these low-lying buildings staring at 3-story structures. So it really, the massing, you know, it's one thing to improve this. And I agree with Heritage. The front elevation is very much in keeping with the neighborhood, but I disagree with what's going on behind that and particularly above that. So that is the primary concern. There's a secondary issue that Rahat didn't address, although it is in his written submission, and that is essentially there is this minuscule backyard left if you go to the site plan SK1. You have this tiny triangular piece, and that is the, does that show that there? No, can we get SK1? So that can work too if you zoom in on the bottom portion of it there. This property, this property is cut off. It does not have any access to the laneway behind. Its only street access or access is from Spadina. You can see that there will be this tiny wedge left as green space. And I can't read the measurements well enough, but it is very tiny. But what is more problematic is to the west of that, or towards the bottom of the page, is the parking lot for 56246, and that's all gravel. And during the demolition phase of this project last fall, they were using that for construction equipment and dumpster access and whatnot. Even though, and I don't know if they have any legal or informal arrangement with the owner of that property to use it, but certainly construction and post-construction, that little parking lot is becoming a nightmare with the students who park in it who are resident 562, 4, and 6, and it's already had its own issues. Is it possible that a condition is applied that there must be fenced off here and no vehicular access to the property? Is that within the Committee of Adjustments purview?
I'll ask you to make your final comment now.
That was my question and my final comment.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, any questions here for the speaker? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
I'd just like to clarify that I understand what he was talking about with the student parking. It's the where it says the outdoor amenity space. It's south of that or east of that, right? You're talking about that area behind the property next door. Is that correct?
Could you scroll the screen up just a little? No, sorry, the other up. Keep going. Yeah, so you can see where that X out ends. That diagonal line across there is the property boundary.
Yeah.
Everything below that belongs to 5, 6, 2, 4, and 6. And that's a graveled area. And that's what's been used during construction to access the property from the west. I don't know if that answers your question.
To access the subject property that we're looking at today.
Yeah, because the subject property has no access to Sussex Mews.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you very much for clarifying.
Okay, let's now go back to the agent, who'll have an opportunity to speak in rebuttal.
Hello.
To the two speakers that have spoken. First of all, just a moment before we do that, I should check with the moderator. Moderator, the only way to see if Anneke Kirschut wishes to speak is to ask her. Is that right?
That is true. I can add her and give them the ability to...
Is she standing by now?
Yes, they are.
Well, would you ask her, please, if she wishes to speak?
Anneke, if you are there, you are able to unmute yourself. So if you would like to speak, now is your time. Hello, Anneke, we can hear you.
No, I do not want to speak.
Thank you very much. We just wanted to give you the opportunity, and that's good. Okay, thank you. Let's go back now to the agent who have an opportunity to rebut, and would ask the agent to focus his rebuttal on the topics raised by the speakers.
Great. I'll start with just one of the last comments made. Just for clarification, I just obtained confirmation from the owner that yes, they do and have had permission from 362, I believe, the property that we're looking at right now on the screen, to access there and use those lands for some of the work that they've been doing on site, which is, I understand they have an underpinning permit, and they've done just some, because the units are completely vacant right now, they've been able to do some work, so interior renovation. So they do have access by permission from those owners, but it's correct in saying that they don't have access directly to Sussex Mews. So just a few comments back. The comparison of variances, certainly, that's something that we all look at, but we have to look at it in the context of each application, of course. And first of all, the number of units is not a variance. I saw that on the table there. But the depth, and just looking at the 578, the property to the north, this received a variance for a depth, I believe in 2006, for 43.89 meters. And this is the building that we're talking about. So, and you could see on that location map just the varying nature of the buildings here, and how some of them are very deep, actually, including those that are on Spadina Crescent itself. For floor space index, for example, yes, these do seem like large increases, but again, it's a function of property size, and in relation to what exists on surrounding properties, it's quite similar in terms of massing. And just for context, the existing FSI is 1.85 at 572 and 1.52 at 574. So we are well over one already for what we're looking at. The maximum height of the exterior sidewalls, this is matching up the existing height of the existing dwelling in terms of the top of the top of the roof. And if we go back to SK1, I just wanted to talk about the relationship to 578. We could zoom in a little bit. That would be very helpful. Thank you. And then you can see where the rear of the dwelling that where it's proposed. And if you could scroll down on the screen a little bit, you can see this courtyard area on 578, which is on the left side of the screen where the building indents, and then it kind of comes back out. You can see that the building that we're proposing, the extension, stops at that same level. So, there's purpose in that. Well, first, we can't really go much deeper on this property because we're restricted that way. But also, we recognize that that's an amenity area adjacent to an amenity area that we're proposing. And we do want to keep that green. And in fact, we've heard a lot about soft landscaping, and even this sectioned off amenity area that we have identified on these plans, we've purposely kept that as soft landscaping, more of a picnic type area, so that we could literally have the entire yard as soft landscaping. And that was really a comment that came from SEPA, strategic, the staff in SEPA actually, because they know that it's important when we're planning for units to have the private amenity space, and they do have that. That was important. We have bike parking on everyone's verandas and balconies, and along the side of the building in some locations, but also a common area out back where people can enjoy some greenery. So we wanted to maximize the soft landscaping back there. So in relation to the surrounding buildings, you can see that even 362 extends much further away from Spadina Crescent than 572 and 574 do from Spadina Avenue. And so, we do think that this is actually appropriate for the context. The depth of the existing first floor is really where you see the verandas in the center of 572 and 574. That's the depth of the first floor right now. That's the rear wall is essentially the same. It's the stairs that are actually that go up and down to the three levels that are those areas that extend out. But the balconies on each level above that are then screened because of those stairs from the neighboring property. So all of this was
I'll ask you to make
designed
your
in
final
such a way-
comment now, please.
That was it. Just that I think that, you know, a lot of thought went into this, and certainly over many years, and hopefully I've answered all the concerns raised.
Thank you very much. We'll now, panel, if you have questions for the agent, now would be the time. And if there are none, we'll go into committee. Okay, then let's take the application into committee.
This is Rahat Malik. Could I speak for a minute, please? Because some of the assertions made by the agent.
I beg your pardon? No, I'm not. Would you mute that speaker, please, moderator? Yep. To that person, I've just announced that the committee is going into committee, which means that we're going to be moving toward a motion, perhaps making some comments about the application. And so, Ms. Chan, yes.
Yes, I'd like to start with some comments because this is in my area. I walk by this almost every day when I go to my gym, and it's almost on the whole block. Those properties are already subdivided into smaller flats, and a lot of them are occupied by students. And I think the proposal is in line with that in terms of use and also in the context that is a very needed area for student housing or single person apartments. And I'm a little bit surprised that the complaint will come from 578 because that property had been developed some time ago, and I thought that it was very, very large because it actually have 4 or 5. I do not know how many units or townhouses extending to quite far back in that in that property, and I have no problem with this proposal, and I think that they have worked very well with the planning department and come up with the proposal. Yeah.
Thank you. We wouldn't have to go around the table for comments. If anyone wants to move a motion, they can do so. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to comment that I'm in agreement with Ms. Chan. I don't see any issue with, given the location that this particular property is at, neighboring property is quite massive relative to this one at the moment. And it's a highly desirable area for the nature of the units that they're planning to develop. So I don't personally see any issues with it.
Thank you. Okay, then we can go to a motion or other comments if panel members wish. Is anyone ready with a motion? Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yeah, I can start with the motion for approval, but I need some help if there are some conditions that I miss. First of all, is for the servants for approval subject to the standard engineering conditions for servants, and also move for approval for 39B and 39C. Are there some conditions for?
You know, I'm okay. Very, very good, and your point is important about this. So just checking with you, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer. Can we take the severance and the 2 minor variance applications and deal with them as one vote, or would you prefer separate votes?
I always like having at least the consent separate from the variances, just because the tests under, or the considerations under the Act are different.
Okay. So before you got going on that, Ms. Chan, I should have clarified that. So we are going to be dealing first of all with the consent. So yes. I'm looking for a motion with respect to the consent.
Condition or regulation for servants, right? The standard engineering development regulation, I think, is they have to apply for separate numbers or something like that. And
I don't see anything in our material from engineering along those lines. In fact, they already have separate addresses, do they not? So unless someone can point out where engineering has
No,
commented.
it's not in our package, but I have not met any reference that with no conditions.
Yeah.
I just worry that it might be missed.
I believe you're right. I think whenever we've approved a consent in the past, we've made it subject to standard engineering conditions for a consent. And there's a number of them. There's 5 or 6 of them. We don't have them in our agenda, but
And then I guess if I make it as a condition, if they already met them, then it
Then
shouldn't
it
be any
doesn't matter.
problem, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think we do usually include that in a consent. Yeah, so let's put those
Yes,
in. Yep.
They're the
Okay,
standard
Okay, I'm happy to
conditions.
second that motion.
I beg your pardon, who seconded?
Carl,
Carl.
I'm happy to second the motion for consent.
Okay, so moved by Ms. Chen, seconded by Mr. Nipfel, subject to those standard conditions. All those in favor, show of hands, please. Thank you. So that motion's carried. The consent is approved. We can take the 2 minor variance applications as one vote. So I'm looking now for a motion with respect to the 2 minor variance applications. Anyone like to take that on?
With respect to number 39B, I move for approval. Yes.
Do you not want to, you want to deal with them separately or together? We can deal with them together. If
Oh, okay.
Let's do
I'm
it.
not. I don't care either way. Yeah.
let's do it one vote.
Okay.
Can I ask a
And,
question?
Okay.
There's a question here from Mr. Nipfel, so just a moment. Go ahead,
I-
Carl.
No, it's on Yim's motion. I'm not clear on whether or not there's a SEPA condition. If you look at page 2 of their report, it seems that that's a condition, but I'm not clear. Sylvia might wish to chime in on this.
Yes, there's been subsequent emails from SIPA, and the last is in your package. It says housing is confirming we do not have any issues or requests to withhold the application. And we received today very late correspondence that basically says they have no issues or.
So they don't need a condition.
No, they do not.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah, that's what I heard from the applicant actually. Yeah. So I will move for approval for both 39B and C then.
Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve both of the minor variance applications. All those in favor, please, show of hands. And that vote is unanimous. The 2 associated minor variance applications are approved. And with that, the panel moves on to item number 40. 36 Wroxeter Ave. And on 36 Wroxeter, before the panel are copy of the minutes from the 26th January public hearing, materials submitted, revised site plans, floor plans and elevations from the post-public hearing revisions, a covering letter from the agent, May 26, and a revised zoning notice, May 25. There is correspondence in support only. 9 form letters from addresses on Wroxeter, Strathcona Ave, received May 31, and another from 38 Wroxeter received sometime after that. So let's have the applicant join us now, please, by stating his name or her name.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. First of all, thank you for your patience for a very long hearing session for today. This is Bamdad Baghdadi from BBA Design Studio. I'm the applicant and the architect for this application before you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Panel members, is there any, are there any questions for the applicant? Any thought of a presentation? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
For some reason, Mr. Chair, I've written down next to the this particular application, there was a deferral package. Am I mistaken?
Yes, it was deferred in January 2022, so good point. Can you tell us, applicant, what changes have taken place to the application since then? Did talks happen with the neighbor?
Yes, I wasn't involved in that application. The previous application submitted to committee and planning, it seems to be not very clear. And the planning was kind of confused about the scope of the application. And as a result, they asked for a refusal. And the owners was presenting that application by themselves. Then after the deferral, they retained us to start basically from the scratch, measuring and preparing the drawings. And I got in communication with the planning and the planner, Sean, in order to satisfy their concern regarding the GFA, and also they asked us to create a setback on the third floor. If you can have the third floor on the screen, please. Yes. Yeah, they asked us to set back because the previous application, they had the north or rear wall of the third floor flush with the floor below. And they asked us to reduce the massing by creating a step, which we did. Also, we discussed with our attached neighbor regarding this application. They are okay with it as long as we do not use the party wall to construct the third floor. As such, we end up revising the plans and remove the party wall situation and move the east wall of our third floor completely inside our property. The planning has no concern, and we have support of our attached and detached neighbors regarding this application. Also, comparing to the previous application, we removed the height variance from the equation.
Very good. Thank you for that good explanation. Mr. Nipfel?
I have a question to the applicant. If we were to tie an approval to the third floor plan, is there a problem? Because you've just indicated that you're not going to use the party wall. So if you look at the third floor plan, it looks to me as though the party wall actually is being used opposite the work office area. And so I don't want to tie it to a drawing that's going to create a problem, but I think that the planning department's request that you step the wall back at the back, and your initiative to provide for privacy screening on either ends of the wood deck are things that I'd like to actually tie in a plan. And I was inclined to say tie an approval to this particular plan, but I need your advice on whether that's contrary to the discussions you've had about the use of the party wall.
Actually, we submitted the latest plan. This is not the latest plan submitted, Mr. Nippler. I would recommend that the plans that were submitted on May 20,
Okay, wait a minute. I'm going to the revised plan, see if that's helpful.
Okay, this is the latest plan, actually. Thank you for finding it. If we can zoom into that east wall, which is the party wall.
Okay, you've changed it.
Yes, it's changed, and now it's entirely inside our property after discussion with our neighbor. But I talked to Sean, our planner, and asked him to send a letter to the committee, which he didn't. I would like to, if you decide to approve the application and tying it to the third floor, which I have no issues with that, I suggest that you leave the east wall out of this tie. So in case our neighbor change their mind and let us to use the party wall, we can move the east wall over the party wall and construct it over the party wall. I recommend the wording to be to the extent of the north wall of the third floor. So that being set or fixed on the third floor, if that makes any sense.
Or alternatively, we could say that the building is to be stepped back and privacy screening is to be provided on the wood deck, all as indicated on the third floor plan. Then it doesn't deal with that east wall at all.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so are you making a motion, Mr. Nipfel?
I'd be happy to. I don't have any difficulties with this application. I'm assuming my colleagues don't as well. I don't see that there's a problem with with it impacting negatively on neighbors, and it sounds as though there's been good-natured communication and consultation back and forth. So I would like to bring forward a motion of approval, subject to providing the stepping as requested by planning and the provision of privacy screening on the edges of the third floor wood deck, all as indicated on drawing number, and it's drawing number A5 dated March the 12th, 2022.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's actually date stamped May 25th, 2022. But we can
Okay,
add,
that's good.
we can also add dated March 12th, 2022, and as received by Committee of Adjustment on May 25th.
Very good.
And could you just, so it's the third floor that is constructed such that there's a rear step back?
Yes.
And that there's the screening on the deck.
That's right. Then the third floor doesn't extend to the north limit of the building. And that's what planning had negotiated with the applicant. And I think it's a good change.
Okay.
Is that wording okay, Sylvia?
It sounds good to me. I'm just giving staff a second here to capture all of that. And I'll ask the panel, well, whether there is a second to that motion. Mr. Clay seconds it. So, are you, can we go ahead, Madam Deputy Secretary? Okay, we can make it. So it is moved and seconded. To approve, all those in favor, please, show of hands. And that vote is unanimous. The motion is carried. That application is approved. Thank you. And we move to number 4134, Madison Ave. We have revised site plans, floor plans, elevations. We have a cover letter from the agent, March 21. There is a commenting report from Heritage Preservation. And we have correspondence in interest or concern from 36 Madison Avenue, Margaret Walsh and David Walsh. So let's have that speaker or that agent join us, please.
Hi, it's Kent Butkovich. I'm the agent.
Good evening to you.
Hi.
Okay. Panel members, any questions for the agent? Anything, Mr. Butkovich, that we should know about the application?
Yeah, I guess we had originally put in an application for 2 parking spots at the front of the building, which were kind of existing unregulated parking spots that were there. We were asked to take away the 2 parking spots by Heritage. So that's what we've done in our site plan. We've taken away the 2 parking spots at the front, and we're just asking for a variance for 0 parking for the daycare to allow for the playground at the rear of the property. We've had support by the neighbors, support by Heritage in the form of an email letter now that we've taken out the 2 parking spots at the front. And transportation has supported our application as well.
And there is a mutual access agreement for the shared drive aisle between 34 and 36 Madison Avenue, I see.
That is correct. That was when we were pursuing having parking at the front of the house. But the neighbor is amenable to mutual access.
Okay. Very good. If there are no further questions for the agent, then we can take it into committee for a motion.
Chair, I'm happy to start this one. This is very straightforward, and I think a very positive change in terms of retaining the heritage character of the street and the house. Kids are appropriately have space in the rear, away from traffic. I think this has no negative impact on the area at all. In fact, I think it's a positive change. I'll move for approval with no conditions.
Thank you. I see seconded by Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. All in favor, please show your hands. All in favor? Okay, that is unanimous vote. The application, the motion is carried, and the application is approved. Now, on our last item, number 42, there is a request by the applicant to defer. So let's have the applicant join us and explain what the reason for the deferral request is. Applicant?
Hello everyone, can you hear me?
We do hear you well, you're very clear.
Hi, my name is Nikita Matsarski and I'm speaking on behalf of the owners of the property located at 170 Harvie Avenue. We would like to request a deferral because we made certain changes and we have 2 more variances and we just didn't have like time to update like the application on time. And when we contacted the person who held our application, she said that we can't do that and we have to ask for the deferral.
Okay, so your expectation is there will be 2 additional minor variances?
Yes,
on
yes.
the revised. Now, I had, in my reading of the application, there was some comment also about the applicant having failed to comply with the requirements regarding posting.
Yes, that was actually, this is like our second deferral. We also had to defer the first time because the owners, they didn't post the sign on time, and that was the issue too.
That was the issue the first time.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay, now I get it. Okay then, any questions, panel, for the, regarding this request to defer? Any other questions for the applicant? If none, we can move to a motion. Mr. Nipfel, please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move deferral. This is obvious that it needs to be deferred. The application has changed. There are more variances. So the deferral is to allow the applicant to update the application.
Very good. Does that have a second? It is seconded. Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to defer the application. All those in favor of that deferral? Thank you. Unanimous vote carries the motion, and the application is thereby deferred. And with that, at 9:19 p.m., we do wrap up today's full agenda. So thank you very much to the panel, and of course to staff for your preparation, for your flawless operation today. To the panel for maintaining their focus now for 10 minutes shy of 12 hours. It's really something. Always impresses me, and I'm certainly grateful for your participation and engagement every step of the way. Ms. Chan, go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Chan.
Oh, I don't know. I couldn't hear you very well, but I was going to say goodbye. I'm very hungry. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Sylvia and staff.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you all. See you
Good
guys
night.
again. Bye for now.